I believe we're live. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 16th special meeting of Newark Board of Education. Meeting is called to order at 5:33 p.m. Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Student Member Resendiz Ortiz.
Here.
Member Marquez.
Present.
Member Grindal.
Here.
Member Hill.
Here.
Vice President Nguyen.
Here.
President Jean.
Here.
All present.
Approval of agenda. I move that we approve the agenda as it is. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Grindal. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez.
Yes.
Member Grindal.
Yes.
Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries unanimously. Old business, district goals and superintendent objectives. Any final round of comment? Obviously, we've been doing 3 workshops already. 4? Okay, I guess I thought it's 3. Okay. With that, I move that we approve the 2021 to 2022 district goals and superintendent objective. With a minor suggestion from me is certain goal, the 2A, 2B, they're just 2. I mean, there's no AB anymore, right? I mean, on the slide. Same thing goes for 4. There's just one goal, just 4, rather than 4A. You have no 4B there either. So I move that we approve the 2021 to 2022 district goals and superintendent objective. May I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Member Hill voted no. I move that we adjourn the meeting. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Marquez. How do you vote, Student Board Member?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Meeting is adjourned at 5:35 p.m. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 16th regular meeting of Newark Board of Education. This will be our last regular board meeting for the year. Meeting is called to order at 6 p.m. Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Student Member Resendiz Ortiz,
Here.
Member Marquez,
Here.
Member Grindal,
Here.
Member Hill,
Here.
Vice President Nguyen,
Here.
President Jean.
Here.
All present.
Approval of agenda. I move that we approve the agenda for this meeting. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Closed session. Do we have any public comment for closed session? Okay, we're moving to closed session. In closed session, we'll be talking about 3.2, public employee discipline dismissal release. 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, NTA and CSEA. 3.4, conference with labor negotiators. NUMA, unrepresented supervisor, and contracted management, chief business official. 3.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigations. 3.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 3.7, student expulsion case 48918. 3.8, student expulsion. 3.9, student expulsion. And we'll be back to open session around 7. See you a bit. Good evening, everyone. We're back to open session. First thing first, Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand up. Ready, begin?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Report of closed session actions. There was no reportable action taken in the closed session. Student report, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. Good evening, board members and staff and community. So we're excited to have student reports from both Newark Junior High School and also Newark Memorial tonight. And I believe we're starting with the junior high. We have Mohammed Lulu and Purvi Sharma.
Mohammed and Purvi, you guys may begin. Mohammed and Purvi, you guys may begin. Mohammed and Purvi, if you guys can hear me, you guys may begin.
Hello.
Hi, you may begin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mohammed Lulu, the ASB president of Newark Junior High School. We started off our month of December with the Winter Social, a fun way to end the first semester. We followed strict COVID guidelines. Some of the guidelines included wearing masks at all times. There were air purifiers and outdoor food tables. Chaperones were also required to show proof of vaccination as well. Now I'm going to pass it on to my fellow peer, Purvi.
Hi, my name is Purvi Sharma, the ASB Vice President of NJHS. We also sold holiday grams, which students could buy for their friends or a special someone. Last week, we had a toy drive through New York Love. We are also planning future events like Spirit Week, Valentine grams, and more. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed and Purvi. And next up, we have our very own Ms. Steina Rendiz-Ortiz to do the report from Newark Memorial.
Yes. So hi, everyone. It is great to see all y'all. Newark Memorial High has been quite busy this past month. The previous week, we had our Winter Spirit Week at NMHS, where we celebrated the holidays in advance with a lot of holiday-themed workshops for students. The senior class hosted their first movie night of the year yesterday, and we also successfully had our hot chocolate fundraiser and holiday grams, where any student could send a candy for the holidays to their fellow peers. Additionally, our canned food drive was a success. Thank you to those who helped. And last but certainly not least, something to look forward to when we return is that our first town hall of the year will be on January 27th, 2022. This town hall will be focused on gender identity and how we as a community and school can become more inclusive towards others and address the issues students face with their gender identity on campus while educating others and finding solutions. Thank you so much for everyone's time, and before I leave, I would like to say a great thank you to the Newark Memorial High academic counselors, Mr. Luna, Ms. Torres, Ms. Venegas, Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Crane and Jones for helping the majority of seniors in applying for college. We truly appreciate y'all, and I hope everyone enjoys their holiday season.
Thank you. I believe that's it for student report, right? Moving on to staff report, staff spotlight. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Jun. Ms. Gutierrez, could you put our staff spotlight up on the screen for this evening? So we do have 3 staff members we wanted to celebrate and acknowledge tonight, and we'll jump to the first one. This is Ms. Ruth Ann Dalton. She is the office manager at Birch Grove Primary. And Ms. Dalton has been part of in addition to her role at Birch Grove Primary, she's part of the Memorial PTSA. She's also a Newark alum. She has one student who has graduated from Newark Memorial High School and one who's still attending. And what we wanted to really highlight about Miss Dalton is she runs an amazingly tight ship there at Birch Grove Primary. She's always on the move every time I go and visit. And she treats the students, parents, staff, and visitors with the same level of amazing kindness and respect. So please join me in appreciating Miss Dalton. Next, we wanted to highlight a special teacher this session. This is Miss Carol Rose. She's a teacher at Coyote Hills Elementary. She was formerly at Snow Elementary. She was a member of the merger design team last year, did a lot of tremendous work, I think even presented here to the board at one point. And she's now currently a member of the middle school design team, so very active and really engaging in this work. I had the pleasure of visiting her class this week as she was leading students in the analysis of data from an experiment. They were studying molecules, and they were using heat, water, balloons, and salt to explore the different impact on these balloons. It was really tremendous. It's just an incredible affect in the classroom with her kids. So please join me in appreciating Miss Rose. And then last but certainly not least, one of our newer members of Newark, this is Mr. Jaime Osoria. He is the principal at Kennedy, and this is his second year. Mr. Osoria has just done an amazing job supporting the staff with teaching and learning. He has strong relationships with students, staff, and families, and we're just really grateful that he's joined the Newark family. So please join me in appreciating Mr. Osoria. And those are our spotlights for the evening. Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, thank you for all the staff that have been working so hard for the past year. It's been a really challenging year, so thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next item, School Spotlight, Music Elementary, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you. So we had some staff spotlight. Now we really want to spotlight music and the amazing work that they are doing there. And to join us is their fantastic principal, Ms. Gallagher. And we also have Ms. Megan McMillan in the audience, who's one of our amazing preschool teachers from music. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Gallagher.
All right, thank you, members of the board, members of Executive Cabinet. My name is Amanda Gallagher, and I'm here this evening to represent Music Elementary and Preschool. So we came into this year knowing that we were going to have a lot of work to do. It was going to be a really interesting year for us. So we came up with these goals and priorities, and when I say we, I mean we. It wasn't me, it was me and my team. So you can see there, that's our fantastic team of educators, which Ms. McMillan is representing for them this evening. But what we came up with together is that we knew that this year one of our priorities had to be addressing missed learning and those achievement gaps. We knew that we needed to go through the year and reinforce a learning community focused on growth and family, right? And last but not least, we needed to provide a positive and productive transition to the 2022-2023 school year, right? We know this is going to be our last year on campus, and we wanted to make it a positive experience for our students. So those were our three priorities for this school year. So our mission, our school mission is what guides our work and what we do every day. So we believe that all music students, regardless of race, gender, language, economic status, or special needs, work towards mastery of the Common Core state standards in a caring and enriched learning community characterized by high expectations, creativity, and a rigorous academic environment. And we say this every single day as a community. Now, this is a mouthful, and it's a pretty meaty mission, right? And we have littles on our campus. So if you walk on our campus and you ask our students, what is your school mission? They're not necessarily going to read this back to you. They'll recognize it if you say it, but what they're going to tell you is what it means. And what it means to us at Music is that every student is respected, valued, and achieves. And everything we do throughout the day, while we're planning, while we're working with students, if it doesn't come back to our mission, then we start over. We're always going back to our mission. All right, so that first priority we had, learning. So learning and growing, and you're gonna hear me talk about growing a lot. We want our students on academic grade level, we want them where they need to be, but ultimately we want our students growing. So if they're not there, we wanna see them moving towards that goal. So learning for us, we knew we had to address that missed learning, those achievement gaps we had before distance learning and shelter in place. And so we decided that we were going to really focus on intervention. So we have a targeted time of day where we're doing targeted interventions for all students, all of our students. And these, when you walk into this classroom, if you go into a fifth grade classroom, you might not necessarily see a fifth grade standard. We're targeting the skills our students need to access their fifth grade curriculum, right? So you're gonna see students working at all different levels, and you're gonna see that Monday through Thursday for 40 minutes a day in each classroom. And during that time, we bring in instructional aides. So there are 3 adults in every classroom for that 40 minutes where we are targeting the skills our students need. And we focused on language arts, that specifically reading. And so you can see our data here. Our goal is to see the red shrinking. The red is students who are 2 or more grade levels behind, and our green growing, the students who have met or exceeded the standards. So you can see in this whole school data, from our baseline, from the first week of school to our benchmark, we've decreased our red, we've increased our green. But more specifically, we knew that we needed to focus on comprehension of informational text. Really being able to access that was going to allow our students to grow. So you can see here that if we're looking at red, it really shrunk. And specifically, if you're looking at that pattern red, students who are more than 2 years behind, we cut that in half. We went from 24% to 13%. It's a little bit more than half. But we really shrunk that red. And if you go over to the green, our students who've met or exceeded, you can see that that has grown, but even more specifically, the pattern green of students who have exceeded their grade level standard or where they should be at went from 10% to 23%. So we can see that what we're doing is working, and this was just the first trimester, our first pass at our interventions. We have 2 more trimesters to go, so we are excited to see more growth. And also, I really wanted to highlight our work with iReady because we do lean on it. And so here, we have passed at the point I made this slide about a week and a half ago, so it's already risen from them, but we have passed 3,956 reading lessons as a school so far. So we are continuing to work on that. And if you can see here, our students are reading. You can see some of the other things we're doing. We're reading to our therapy dog. You can see our preschoolers identifying their letters, our students reading with buddies, focusing on response to reading, asking questions. So we have a lot going on in our classrooms, and I invite you to come see that whenever you want. All right, so that was our first priority, how we're addressing the missed learning. But after that, it came to our learning community and our commitment to growth and family. And we really addressed PBIS. We knew our school climate was going to be huge this year. And so we went back to our 4 expectations and we adjusted them to meet the needs of coming back from distance learning. Like we couldn't show up in our pajamas anymore and we couldn't eat whenever we wanted to. And that was hard for a lot of our students, especially our littles, right? They were not on board with that plan initially. But we shared with them that like when we're at school, we're going to be responsible, we're going to be inclusive, we're going to be safe, and we're going to be engaged. And we didn't just tell them that, we defined it for them. And every day we practice that. So these are the rules for all settings, but we went more specifically to the different settings. But once again, if you come in our campus now, a few months into school, our students can tell you what the expectations are, and you're going to see them fully dressed and engaged in their learning instead of ready to snack and run every 5 minutes. So this was huge for us. So once again, please join us on campus. Ask our students what these are. They'll tell you. Oops. Oh. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Oh, keep going. All right. Sorry. Hello, everyone who's come. All right, so we really leaned into Character Strong, our SEL program that you all adopted for us. Thank you so much, right? So we needed to provide the school climate, but we also needed to support our students in just coming back stronger and healthier mentally as well. And so we are in our 5th month And we are working on honesty this month. So honesty is living truthfully in your words and actions and thoughts. And this month, I ask our teachers to send to me a quote or a video that really meant something to them. And we would share it every morning on our slides, that we would do our morning announcements, and we would ask a question and we would work with it. And this was our third grade teacher's quote. She submitted, "Never be afraid to raise your voice for honesty and truth and compassion against injustice and lying and greed. If people all over the world would do this, it would change the earth." And that was by William Faulkner. Now remember, our whole school is hearing this. So it doesn't matter whether you are 3 or you are 12, this is what you're hearing. And so students are going to take from this wherever they're at developmentally. So you can see here, this teacher took it a step further, and you're going to see everything from be respectful, because she asked her students, what does this mean to you, right? But if you look next to that, you can see that the student wrote, "I think it needs to stand up for others." It means to stand up, or don't be afraid to stand up for yourself and others. Like, they took it to a whole deeper meaning and had a wonderful conversation about it. So you're going to see this every day in our announcements. You can see it on our board back here. We have lots of respect, which was one of our trades. We decorated the doors. You can see writing over there where they addressed it as well. So we're really, really leaning into like who our students are as people and helping them grow there. All right, so the last bullet, the positive and productive school year. The video is not going to be available. That's okay. I'll show you later if you want to see it. But what would have played would be a 6th grade video about respect. And they did this on their own. They went around, they asked teachers to do different things. They compiled it, they put it to the song, they submitted it, we played it as a school. It was great. But here you see Everybody Rise. That is our theme this year. You can see it ties back to our school expectations, but here we're using it as in celebration. So Everybody Rise in celebration. And so I invite you to rise in celebration of the wonderful students of our school. They're what make our school great. So here you can see Miss Nevaeh. Miss Nevaeh is proud to be recognized for her work in Rising that month, right? Like, she went above and beyond that month and just shined. And so we wanted to celebrate her. You can see Miss Jai. She was awarded for her work in gratitude, right? Because it's not just academics, it's the whole student. So if you come on campus, I might hand you some RISE rewards and say, please find a student and give them to them. So you can ask them about RISE, you can ask them about what they're learning in class. It doesn't matter. We just want to celebrate them. And so you can see that we do that monthly. We do it just with the generic kind of fun gathering stuff too, like Halloween was so much fun to actually be together again. So we're celebrating that. But also when we meet our goals, we are celebrating. So we've done popcorn parties, we've done ice cream parties, we're going to do hot chocolate here pretty soon. We celebrated National Cupcake Day yesterday, right? So we celebrated a different holiday from Thanksgiving until today so that we could just experience everything our community has to offer and what means most to us. So, like, you never know what you're going to expect on our campus, all while pushing that learning and growing. All right, that pretty much sums up what we've been doing this year. I'd like to thank you all for your time, and don't forget, everybody rise.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you explain what's behind you on the wall?
That is gloriousness at its best right there. So if you look on the right, oops, let me go this way. If you look on the right, you can see the respect tree. And so for the month of respect, we had a door decorating contest. What does it mean to you? And so that class made a tree of respect. You can see it wasn't enough to decorate the door. They had to do a writing project with it. So they've attached that to their tree. So if you've got some time, there's some reading going on there. You can see artwork working on letter sounds from our preschool. So that would be our koalas going on there. We have our Day of the Dead celebration happening. Across the top, you have some work from history where we're using art to connect to what they're learning. Next to that, you can see a book study we're doing about Maniac McGee. So you can see response to writing. They took it a step further and they made it into a comic strip in scenes and really key important parts of the story there. And then they moved into the different themes. And you can see based on the students what they took away from the book. And some took away death. There was a lot of death in the book and how students cope with that, and students in the book, or race and some of the issues that were happening for students in the book. And they just really just embraced it and documented it, and that it meant something to them. And then you see our snowmen and our Grinches because, well, we like Christmas, and it is Christmas month. And then over here you have our writing and our picture about respect as well.
Thank you. Bring back to the rest of the board. Member Hill?
Ms. Gallagher, thank you for the excellent presentation, and thank you for the excellent work that you're doing. Just a quick question, just so I understand. When you were talking about the intervention period,
Yes.
so you're taking a specific time, is it every day?
Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday, and then you're focusing on building a specific skill in that concentrated time?
Yes.
And then you're using iReady to actually measure, like, here's your baseline, and then how are you doing as you proceed through your instruction? Is that right?
So during our intervention time, we have our pre and post assessments for that skill.
Okay,
So we're using multiple points of data there.
okay.
So in our group, we have 3 adults. We have 3 different skills being targeted. So they're all doing pre and post there. Are we making growth on those skills? And then we're using the iReady benchmark data to see if that is then impacting our school growth in the content areas as well.
Okay, yeah, and the reason I was asking is just because when you had that graph down below, I was just curious, was that from the iReady that you were, okay, so that was, that was data that was coming from iReady? Okay, but you're doing other pre-assessments before you get to that part?
Absolutely, absolutely. And then even within our intervention time, because we knew that informational text was our challenge, that even though we're working on other skills, like it might be phonics, we're trying to do that through an informational text. So they're being exposed through the informational text as much as possible. So,
Great, wonderful,
lots of
thank
layers.
you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Member Grindel?
I just want to echo Member Hill's thank you for this excellent presentation and all the work you're doing. So it was very informative and inspiring, and thank you for all your efforts, and to your team. Thank you.
My team. Thank you very much.
Member Nguyen?
Thank you, Principal Gallagher, for all your hard work. And I know even from the last time during when we were doing all the consolidation for the schools, your student body at music was very gracious, sending us their letters, and overwhelmingly, they are very mature in their writing and expression, and also gratitude for their school music. And it shows in those writings that you guys, the teachers, your leadership in your team has done a tremendous job with your students there, and we just want to say thank you very much.
On behalf of my team, thank you very much for recognizing that.
Member Marquez?
Just one quick question. I recognize that we had some visitors come in the room. Would they happen to be students from music?
I wish. I used to have Jameson. Jameson used to be mine, but then I had to share him with BGP. They stole him. So I wish he was still mine, though. He's pretty fabulous.
I just want to give them the recognition. And again, thank you for everything. I personally got to visit, and I was very, very impressed. And it is true. The students, you ask questions, and they're ready just to tell you the objectives, the goals, what's going on, what they're working on, and what they've learned. And it's just the excitement that you see with the students, and especially the littles. Just the way that they're being treated and welcome when they're on campus, easing some of that, anxiety that they may have because it's all new for them. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I want to echo what Member Nguyen just said, that I think your children displayed a high level of maturity after hearing that the decision we made about the school closure. Thank you again for the hard work, and have a great rest of the evening and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Moving on to employee organizations, Ms. Gutierrez.
The first speaker is from CSCA, Sue Eustace.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Triplett. I'm happy to inform you that we've had our upcoming elections on our new negotiations team and our new job stewards. Our executive board is a 2 years, so it won't happen until again next year. But I'm really excited in the idea that we have new people on the negotiating team as well as some new stewards. We also will have training. CSEA will have training for these employees and for existing executive board members to be trained in January. We had our holiday gathering at Applebee's on Monday the 13th. And I am excited to say that Dr. Triplett, Nicole Pierce, and oh golly, now I can't remember your name, Catherine? Anyway, all three of them attended and were able to talk to all of our employees that were there. When there were about 45. And so I was excited that we got so many out with everything that's going on in reference to COVID. But it gave everybody an opportunity to get together and know each other a little bit better. So I really appreciate your attendance, really do. I also would like to thank Catherine especially. She's, since she's been on board, she has met with CSEA on a weekly basis. And where we have any issues, we have conversations about how we both feel and what's going on. And we've been able to, in my estimation, probably work through a number of problems and totally understanding the other person's point of view. And I think that this year, Jessica did it too, but she wasn't here long enough, I think, for it to be really effective where you have been. And I think it is effective because I think we can work through a number of things and still respect each other at the end of the day. So I wanted to personally thank you. I know it's been troubling for you having Debbie Romero leave. So she was like, knew everything about classified side. And so not having that expertise it's been difficult, but we have now her replacement, and I think everything is going to continue to be on a good path. At least that's where I'm hoping to go. I would like to wish all of you a very happy holiday, and hopefully we can work together and that we can go ahead and resolve a lot of our issues and get back to educating the kids and having a really good environment for all employees, teachers, administrators, and classified employees. I think it's really important with especially everything that we've gone through the last 2 years. It's been tough on everybody. And so hopefully when you go home and you have your holidays is that we come back renewed, ready to roll up our sleeves and try to work together and make it a better district than what it is today. That's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Numa Amanda Gallagher.
Good evening once again. We really don't have a whole lot to share today. We also got together for our holiday party, which was amazing. We beat our record, and there was like 18 of us there. So we're still playing it safe as a group, but happy holidays, everyone. Please have a safe and healthy break. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, moving on to 9.1, public comment on non-agenda item. We do have one on-site speaker, Ms. Jennifer Banner.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, super. Good afternoon, good evening, board members. I know I'm here to speak as a mother of 3 students that are enrolled in the Newark Unified School District. Ms. Ingram was one of our principals for a long time. And so for a little while, Ms. Gallagher too. So as a homeowner and taxpayer here in Newark for over 14 years, so even prior to the kids being in the school district, we were here. For the most part, our older two children are definitely, having their academic needs met. But this evening, I'm focusing on my youngest, Jameson. So late 2018 through early 2020, we had a wonderful experience at Music Elementary. During that time, he received help from Stanford and Regional Center in regards to developing his IEP. And unfortunately, I can't say the same has been the experience through the transitional virtual learning experience, as well as today at our experience at BGP. That being said, last year, Jameson's teacher was an interim teacher. So meaning that her lacking of credentials was definitely impactful in regards to providing the proper care for Jameson's expectations to be met. In addition, we noticed that she did not have a mentor until halfway through the school year because we were doing distance learning through daycare as well. So things like him being ignored on his virtual meetings and everything along those lines. And this is all documented. At one point in time, when we had one of our IEP meetings, everybody was fully aware of the situation, and really there was no help during this piece. And at one point in time, during one of them last year, Ms. Hamilton actually abruptly ended our virtual meeting, leaving myself, my daycare provider, Ascend, which is the third-party therapist, and Ms. Gallagher in awe at the erratic behavior. Since then, it's been a rocky relationship. I now want to focus on Jameson's experience here this year in kindergarten at BGP. We are now almost halfway through the year, and we still don't have a credentialed teacher, not meeting the expectations of an IEP for on-site instruction for my child. And really the fact that these gaps are not being filled in between these pieces, as there's been sub after sub after sub. But really what I'm talking about right now is the fact that it's just disturbing. And considering the lack of work that Jameson is seeing on his IEP progress, it's really hard as a parent to watch. My son has been very quiet and loving. He's just a joy. He was actually the student of the year at music, when he was there. He was on the float in the Newark Day Parade. So we really have seen some inconsistencies in regards to the classroom management and the instruction. And his behavior has really gone and turned wrong in regards to it. It's totally off character. And even to the point where his brother has been pulled out of class and his learning has been disrupted, right? So that's a major concern for me.
Ms. Bennett, can you wrap it up? We do have your,
Okay.
yeah, we do have your, can you wrap it up?
You want me to wrap it up? Okay,
Yeah.
great. So really just, everything's been documented in emails, but really I want to just understand if you can't provide the level of services that my son needs, then I suggest that we work together to find a local instructional program that can fulfill his needs.
Thank you.
Super, thank you.
Next speaker?
Okay, the next speakers are on Zoom, and the first speaker is Brian Foster. Brian Foster, you may begin.
Thank you, President Zhang and members of the board. I believe that we should celebrate that which we value. I hope you will all agree that the primary value, purpose, and goal of any school is academic excellence. Along those lines, I invite you tonight to celebrate the extraordinary achievements of one of our now former students, 16-year-old Jana Wong. Before I go further, I must note that both Jana and her mother permitted and encouraged me to inform you of Jana's journey. Jana was one of my sophomore students last year, in the COVID year. She quickly became discouraged by our academic and cultural standards and wanted a more mature learning environment. I worked with Ms. Nations to enroll Jana a year early into the Ohlone College Connection, which Jana was really looking forward to this year. But at the end of last year, we dropped the Ohlone College Connection for core courses, which deflated Jana's dreams. Unbeknownst to me, Jana researched what it would take to enroll in Ohlone College anyway. I can tell you as a former district director for UC Berkeley's Alumni Scholarship Program, that Jana's grit and resilience in overcoming obstacles are precisely the traits that institutions of higher learning seek in their students. Through her research, Jana discovered that by passing the California GED, she could subsequently enroll at Ohlone. While taking her junior classes at Newark Memorial this fall, Jana simultaneously studied for and took her GED test. She learned the day after Thanksgiving that she passed the test, and a week later, she quietly and without fanfare disenrolled from Newark Memorial. In January, she starts her college career as a full-time student at Ohlone. I believe that we should celebrate Jana's success, both for her benefit and to inspire other students to achieve their own academic success. Jana is missing the last 1.5 years of her high school life, including awards nights and what would be her graduation ceremony. I would hope that the district can suitably recognize her. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Eric Tam. Eric Tam, you may begin.
Hi, Board, Dr. Triplett and staff. Before I start, I wanted to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's as we head into the holidays. Thank you to all the teachers and for their hard work. Board, I couldn't join last time, but NUST's council is incredibly misinformed about MBPI on November 18th. Mr. Williams said, "We're not only district," and I quote, "this district, out of abundance of caution in conjunction with other filtration systems, wanted to be extra safe, take a belt and safety approach." Fact. Dr. Triplett and Mr. Caputo told you this board had the infiltration technology were inferior to MBPI because it doesn't kill ionizers. Fact. For almost a year, Dr. Triplett sold MERV 9 as the best we can handle, proven false on September 2nd, 2021. Fact. Both Palo Alto and Berkeley Unified put in MERV 13 and HEPA into their air ventilation strategy versus NUSD that went backwards. Mr. Williams said multiple quotes like, "The science between efficacy and chemicals is new," end quote. Fact, Ms. Cederman's presentation on November 19th, 2020, timestamp 4 hours and 44 minutes. On slide 10, she talked to this very board about the history of ionizers dating to 1960 and is a known science. Mr. Williams even tried to hypothesize and defend the low levels of ion count because the ionization process working while describing the snowball effect. Fact, even slide 5 in Ms. Cederman's deck presented steady state ionization. Staff, you might want to brush up on your basic STEMS concepts like steady state, equilibrium closed environments, and average measurements. Member Grindle, you asked about legal warranties. Your council forgot to mention clause 17 in terms and conditions, which states, "To the fullest extent allowed by law, buyer agrees to indemnify, defend, and hold seller harmless for any claims, demands, liabilities, ... This indemnification shall not apply to claims directly resulting from seller's sole negligence or willful misconduct of seller." Is willful misconduct when every COVID data point in Ms. Cederman's presentation had asterisks with footnotes and or disclaimer paragraphs in small fine text? Board, you know one thing you should add to the superintendent's objectives? Demonstrate humility as a leader by admitting when you made a mistake and learn from it. Instead, 1 year later, Dr. Triplett, you send your counsel to tell a half-true story to the board. He also suggested a product warranty legal option for NUSD's big fat failure. GPS made it very clear about what you were getting. Prefaced the kill rate with the white paper. NUSD just never read it. Board, you need better legal counsel and do not waste any more money on MBPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Those are all our speakers for public comment.
Thank you. Moving on to superintendent report. Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. Ms. Gutierrez, could you put up the slide deck, please? So this evening, wanted to talk about a couple items. If you could go to the next one, please, Ms. Gutierrez. Update the board on music consolidation, the music consolidation process. Also give a quick update on the middle school design process. And lastly, give an update on COVID-19 and recent developments there. So first, just a quick update on the music consolidation process. Next slide, please. So we recently, we had the families fill out an options form for the upcoming school year in terms of where they wanted to have their children in the next school year when music is consolidated. The good news, we got 100% of the forms returned and on time for all of the first through fourth grade families. Next slide. And so this is a timeline of the consolidation process with music, and I just wanted to highlight the November and December times. So in November, part of the process, and I'm looking at the enrollment side on the left there, is to complete the projections, and then meet with music families to communicate their options, and then notify the families individually of their new homeschool assignment, and also give them the option to select a different school if they wished. So we were able to complete those, and then in December, we had collected all the forms. Like I mentioned, we were able to collect 100%, and we met the deadline of being able to communicate to families their options for the next year. Really good news. Number one, we met our deadline. We were able to, on yesterday, send out the options letters to families, both via email, in the backpack, and then also through snail mail. And the really good news is that every family was able to get their first choice. So they had 3 choices, including their homeschool, and every family was able to, we were able to accommodate every family in their first choice for this upcoming school year. Next slide, please. So, oh yeah, this is a little bit of what I was just speaking of. And then in terms of our students in SDC programs, so because the placement of students in SDC programs does require IEPs and offering FAPE, so that is, our intention is to complete that process in January, early February. And this is some of the priorities that we have to use when completing FAPE for our students in SDC programs. We want to prioritize their homeschool, if they have a sibling, where that sibling goes to school, and then also, of course, we need to keep in mind SDC caseloads and make sure that there's an opening space in any specific program that they're looking to go to. So I'll continue to update you in the new year with regard to how this is continuing to progress. Switching gears, so the middle school design team. So we have now had 3 meetings. We had a meeting on the 28th of October, 10th of November. And on those first 2 meetings, we focused on the following outcomes: really establishing the team, building trust among the members of the team across different communities that are on the team, learning about the content and process that we were going to engage in for the design work, and then identifying, having the members of the team identify assets and challenges of the junior high and receive input on proposed design parameters and structures. In the next meeting we had on the 9th, and at that meeting we continued to do the trust building and connecting in that way. And then also we began breaking into work groups. We have 3 groups, one focused on developing the vision for 6th grade, one building out and planning for site visits that the team will do in January and February, and then one group working on the design principles and structures of the 6th grade for the upcoming school year. These are the design team members, and so you can see it's a really nice, robust list. Ms. Gallagher, who is with us this evening, she is one of the members of the team, as well as Principal Krishna from the junior high, Assistant Principal Kim. I mentioned Miss Rose earlier. She's also on the team, as well as a number of different teachers, counselors, department chairs, parents, and students. So we have 3 New York Junior High students, 1 BGI student, and 1 Kennedy student on the team. So really fantastic group with a lot of different perspectives and expertise from a whole bunch of different areas. And this is, I would like to bring back to the board in January and then ongoing every month, updates and much more details about all of the project management of the middle school. But just to really briefly, what you see here is what we've shared already. On the left is the design team topics and activities for each month, and then on the right is some really broad facilities enrollment budget and staffing activities that the design team is not responsible for. This is what other members of the staff are involved in. And then likewise, this is the upcoming plan for the design team in February, March, and April. So like I said, just giving a brief overview tonight, but I'm happy to, in the new year, come back with a full staff report on all of the work, both of the design team as well as the project management plan for facilities, budget, staffing, et cetera. Lastly, wanted to check in about COVID-19. So here's our most recent data. I think I mentioned to the board previously that we did have a little bump for the week of November 29th through December 5th. That was our highest positive rate, unfortunately, that we've had since the beginning of the year of 13. I do believe it was connected to the fact that we have had Thanksgiving vacation the week prior. And I'm glad to see that this past week we were back down to only 3 positive cases across the whole district and for students, and 0 positive cases for adults. So currently, for the entire year, we've only had 11 positive cases for adults and 79 positive cases for students. I did meet with Alameda County Public Health today. We're on the regular weekly call, and so this is updated data as to the young people ages 12 through 17 who are fully vaccinated by city and place. Unfortunately, you can see our percentage should go up slightly from what I reported in November. However, we are still second to last in terms of vaccinations in the county for ages 12 through 17. And you can see that we're right there on the left side at 58.2% of our young people in that age group have been fully vaccinated. And then this is new data that they've been showing now, which is the number of young people ages 5 through 11 who have had at least 1 dose. We're faring a little bit better there. You can see we're between Sunol and Union City at 30.3%. I am excited about the vaccination clinics that we've been offering weekly now, and we're seeing really good turnout at those, so I'm optimistic that that's going to positively impact both our young vaccination rate, but also our 12 to 17-year-old vaccination rate. And just wanted to remind the board and the public that anyone can go to those vaccination clinics. Actually, can we go to the next slide, Ms. Gutierrez? So there are the Bay Area Community Health Clinics. There is one coming up, you see, on the 27th of December and then the 29th of December at McGregor. Anyone can go to those. They ask that you make an appointment, but it is not required, so there's drop-in. They provide first dose. It says second dose on there, but I believe actually that they provide first or second doses as well as boosters, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Ms. Gutierrez?
And flu.
And flu. All right. And then lastly, we also have our clinic at Coyote Hills Elementary every Sunday. Likewise, they provide boosters, second dose, first dose, and I think they probably have the flu as well. Is that right, Ms. Gutierrez? Yes. You could use the QR code for an appointment, but you can also just walk up.
And Dr. Kibble, if I may add, they started giving boosters to 16 and over as well.
Fantastic, thank you. And that concludes the report for this evening.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Member Hill?
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, for the report. Two questions. The first question is, can you tell us so we talked about both the music consolidation as well as the middle school design team. Can you tell us who the project managers are for each of those efforts? And then also the project plans that you were showing and the org charts. Can we get those posted out on the website so we have that as a reference? So those are my 2 questions.
Yeah, so ultimately I'm responsible for both those projects, but we do have different work streams for different aspects of the project. And again, I'm happy to share that in January, just similar to what we did with the merger. So there's a staffing project lead, there's facilities lead, budget lead, et cetera, et cetera. And then in terms of sharing out those, we're happy to share those. I believe we're actually about to create a part of the website with a particular web section that'll have all the information about the middle school design, and so we're happy to share all those out.
And that org structure that you described, you'll put that out there as well, so the different leads and what they're responsible for and their tasks, et cetera.
Yes, we'll bring that back to the board in January.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other question? Member Grandal?
I just want to tell you that I'm really heartened that you got such a great response rate to the music students, and that you were able to. It's wonderful that you were able to give everybody their first choice of a new school. I know that's a lot of work, so I want to compliment you and your staff in really working hard and to meet the schedule. To remove some of the uncertainty for the families going forward, I think is important in these challenging times to have certainty. So I really appreciate that, and I'm glad we're making some progress on the vaccinations rates. And I also want to compliment you and staff on the coordination with the county to get these vaccination sites up, and for getting the word out, and I'm hoping our community will get fully vaccinated. I'd love for Newark to be the highest percentage in the whole county, maybe if in the state. And so I hope that your work will bear that fruit. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Member Marquez?
Yes, I just wanted to recognize the diversity of the stakeholders that you have that are assisting us in the transition and getting ready for it. And I just wanted to recognize that actually Mr. Reed, who is now, I know is the department chair, he was one of my mentors when I became a teacher. So it's good to see that he's still active in the Newark Unified, and go Mr. Reed.
Thank you. He's a great leader, teacher leader, and he's also a great contributor to the team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for the report. Moving on to staff report, 11.1, SEL Culture and Climate Update. We do have a public speaker, Ms. Cindy Parks.
Good evening. I have no doubt the last 21 months has weighed on staff, students, and in the community in general. This is a nice presentation about the various multi-tiered systems of support and the expansion of mental health supports. However, you have a closed campus policy. You have a no cell phone during class time policy. There isn't supposed to be vaping in the bathrooms. There isn't supposed to be fights. Masks are supposed to cover the students' noses. Teachers are expected to change grades when asked. Teachers are to give incompletes rather than failing grades. And the tardies are a big issue, although I understand now that they've started some sweeps. I list all of these items to point out your current real issues. The behavior response matrix is a start, but will it be followed? The students have to realize there are real consequences to their actions. As Ms. Gollier just said earlier this evening, students need to understand the expectations. Finally, in the ESSER 3 plan approved in October, $400,000 was to be allocated for campus monitors due to concerns expressed about safety. How many have been hired? On slide 16, there's a picture of the high school and it says additional campus monitors. 2 new positions posted. That is true. The secondary campus monitor positions were just posted on Monday. Are both the new positions for the high school, since that's the picture that was posted? And by the way, that isn't 2 full-time positions. They are only 2 20-hour-a-week positions. Has there been a change to the benefit qualifications? Because at 20 hours, now they're eligible for benefits, meaning medical, dental, and retirement benefits. Also, that job posted says that it's temporary and that it ends 6/12 of 18. Clearly a mistake. I truly hope your plan, as spelled out, along with the increase in campus monitors, reduce the fights and other issues I've listed. Thank you.
Do we have any virtual speaker?
No.
Superintendent Triplett?
Thank you, President Jun. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Pierce, who's going to give a report on the recent work and resources being directed towards our social emotional learning and culture and climate. I will say, as we're teeing this up, that I'm sure you read the news that the issue of students returning to in-person and the challenges around culture and behavior is something that is happening throughout the country, and we are unfortunately no exception. So we really want to take this on and really address the deep need there for how we're going to support students, number one, to make good choices, but also really support their social emotional development. And we know that this pandemic and all of the different things that have happened in the last couple of years in our country and the world have really been challenging, not just for us as adults, but in particular for our young people. So we're looking at this as as first of all, a really deep and important thing that we need to take on, and also something that we recognize is not going to change overnight, but that we need to really put a focus and a priority on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce.
I think you stole my intro, Dr.
Oh,
Triplett.
sorry.
No, that was great. That's exactly what the purpose of this is. This really is an informational report to share some of the work that's happening. But the intention here is not to sugarcoat the challenges that we see before us, but really tackle them head on. So perfect introduction, if you will. Some of each of these articles are all articles talking about, well, what needs to happen when we return back to school in August. And so these are just some examples that come from the White House, from NPR, all the way to EdSource, just talking about what kinds of responses should we be prepared for. And so we've really been thinking about how are we reopening schools in this sort of new normal. I'm a little tired of hearing new normal, but that is exactly what we are doing here. And so in order to start, we thought it made sense to think about what does engagement look like. And when we talk about engagement, we really look at a few key data points. Attendance being one of them, because if you're engaged, then you show up. If you want to learn, you show up to school. So attendance is a big piece. Discipline and behavior is another. And so those are really some really key long-term data points that we look at when we're thinking about student engagement, positive student engagement. This is our attendance rate comparison. Please note that the years in this case actually go for the full year, but attendance is one of those where the data keeps changing, right? So every new day that you add is a new opportunity to increase or decrease. We, quite frankly, expected attendance to drop just based off of all of the quarantining needing to happen. Excused absences still count as absences, and they still take away from learning. So it's actually much higher than we anticipated, given all of the COVID restrictions for this year. So we'll continue to monitor that over the course of this year. We also looked at suspensions, and these are comparisons of first semester to first semester. So these are comparisons of the first semester of 2016-17 to the first semester of 2017-18, and so on. And so I think what we've heard is that those feelings of sort of the discipline that we all are experiencing, and the different behaviors and the different TikTok challenges and all of those kinds of things are really weighing on all of us. And then when we kind of look at the comparison, we note we're actually not seeing too much of a rise in terms of suspensions, which is actually data that's a little bit promising for us. It shows that maybe we also just have had a year of being away from school and have some adjustments to make as well. Or it could mean other things, right? But these are the types of data that we're looking at as we make decisions. This is also our expulsion. Note that we do see more expulsions coming through referrals this year. Please note that this data for this particular chart ends as of December, so it does not include those that are listed on our agenda tonight. So what we have seen again is when we look at this and we start to do data analysis, what types of behaviors are we seeing? Have we been out of school for a year? Do we need to re-norm our expectations around what it means to be students at school, what it means to be students who show respect, as we heard from Ms. Gallagher earlier this evening, show kindness, as teachers worked on this morning, as that's January's value. So how are we really helping get back into the swing of school? And so our AP language students at Newark Memorial High School, just thinking about kind of what was happening at their school, said instances like this, and we were talking about suspensions, do not define us, our school, nor the administration. We are all individuals who work together, and that is what makes us a community, so we should act upon it and work together. And I thought these are coming from our students. I could not have said it better myself. And they, I'll talk more about how they are working with Principal Rangel a little later in this presentation. So really we came into this year focusing on social emotional learning. as a priority. It's a district priority for both professional development as well as other things. And so when we thought about what that means, we thought about Character Strong. It's the new SEL curriculum. How are we supporting our teachers and students in implementing and working through this curriculum together? We talked about our existing multi-tier systems of support and PBIS strategies. Ms. Gallagher did a fantastic job of showing us an example of what that could look like with her RISE, Responsible, Inclusive, Safe, and Engaged, and what that looks like and how you reinforce that with your community. We talk about integrated social emotional learning lens. We did a little bit of that in our professional development this morning with elementary teachers, thinking about how do we take a lesson that might be outdoor science lesson and make sure that we are constantly weaving in our social emotional values, our social emotional learning, our norms, how we work together, what does that look like, and how does that reflect our character and who we are. We're also talking a lot about culturally relevant pedagogy, as well as rational and restorative discipline. And what I mean by that is, does it make sense, right? So we don't want to suspend kids for cutting class. That would be the opposite of what we want to achieve in that particular situation. And so really thinking about what kinds of discipline are going to support our children and our young adults in making more wiser decisions that, I shouldn't say wiser decisions, decisions that will impact their future and the way in which they would like to see that happen. So, multi-tiered systems of support, when we talk about this, we talk about how we're supporting, what are the systems of support that schools offer. So we don't put kids on this triangle, right, because we're not diagnosing kids. We are creating structures within our school that support students. So tier ones are things like the PBIS expectations that you saw from Principal Gallagher earlier. They're also classroom norms and agreements. Tier two might be what you see for a specialized group of students that are starting to show some behaviors that maybe you want to support and mitigate. Those are things like mediation circles, affinity spaces such as Puente, or small group pullout if it's academic based and they need some of that intervention. All the way up to tier three, which is really more for your sort of 5% students who really do need more individualized support. So that could be everything from one-to-one counseling services. We just approved our Wellness Together contract, which brings 3 more clinicians for 5 sites. And then reset coursework, so thinking about if we see students getting off track, how do we kind of really focus in on those behaviors and help them reset. We're also expanding our mental health supports, so our existing partnerships are listed there, but we also, what I just mentioned, our new Wellness Together contract, which also includes the 4 telehealth sessions for all NUSD staff. Because as much as we are talking about students, adults are also feeling that shift and that change as they support our students who have gone through a real traumatic experience, just going through COVID. That vicarious trauma is experienced by our staff, and so they also deserve supports along the way. So that is for all NUSD staff as well. We also have SB 224. So this is not just being recognized by us, this is also being recognized by the state. And so we'll start to plan health education integration in our middle and high schools to meet SB 224 in the new year as well. And those are things like making sure that you have moments in your instruction, whether that is through physical education courses, science courses, or so on, where you're really talking about things like how do you get support systems? What are symptoms of potential mental health issues that you would want to get support for? How do you seek assistance when you're experiencing these feelings? All of those kinds of things. Again, really making, taking the guesswork out and really making it explicitly okay to seek support. We also have parent and family workshops. This does not include a list of our resources. We have a very extensive list that we're going to try to get onto our website very soon here. But here are some of the workshops that we're providing even just this year for parents. So that includes some of our fatherhood workshops. We have PK parent workshops, which is an 8-week course. We've got First 5 workshops. We have some workshops for our migrant families. And so we do offer a lot. And I just want to encourage families, this is our whole child approach. We're not just supporting students. We're not just supporting staff. We're supporting our entire family. And so when we wrap our hands around a student, this is exactly what that looks like. And then really, got to come back, we have to reset. I'm sure the teachers on our board know this very, very well. But this year in particular, we're trying to be very intentional. We now know, before when we came back in August, it was unknown. How are students going to come back to us? Now we know exactly how they're coming back to us, and we can start to be really strategic about the supports that we offer. And so we're really being strategic about this resetting culture in January. We're thinking about reestablishing our Tier 1 systems, as well as our Tier 2 and 3 supports. We're building on that in PD. We're trying to strengthen those community relationships. And we're really thinking about students as culture keepers, as supporters. And so that's why when you heard Principal Gallagher say, go ask our students what our norms are, they need to be a part of that process. So I'm going to give a couple of examples. This is Birch Grove Intermediate. They've been focused on social emotional learning, positive behavior intervention and support, classroom environment. And so one of the things that they did is they started to distinguish between social emotional learning and PBIS, really thinking about how are we supporting students' emotional learning and growth versus how are we being very explicit about the expectations so that they can navigate the system, the school system. They are also thinking about their own PD. They did some teacher collaboration around how they could align around different sort of behavior response matrices. So this is one example of, again, how you can take PBIS and really start to make sort of take the guesswork out of school and make things very explicit for students so they know how to navigate school. Another example is our Newark Junior High School. They've been really focused on character strong implementation, weekly school-wide advisory lessons, as well as weekly connected broadcasts. They've been doing data analysis recently during their professional development, looking at sort of percentage of kids and how they're doing, focusing on the behaviors that they don't want to see, but also focusing on the wide range of behaviors that they are seeing that they like and they want to see. And so let's not get too caught up. Let's really diagnose the negative, but let's also uplift the positive, right? Because that's how you change a culture. And they're also looking at January Reset, actually going into each individual classroom and doing some PBIS review. Bridgepoint High School does a January wellness retreat where they emphasize community. They do workshops such as interpersonal navigation, financial literacy, anger management. That's actually a course the students requested. Mindfulness, character strong activities, and so on. Their big PBIS, and this is something the students, came from the students, be cool and take care of business. So theirs is a little bit different, but as older students, we would expect nothing less. And then we also have their continued existing sports counseling, mediation, mentoring, and so on. They actually do have a cell phone free campus as well. They use a program called Yonder, which actually takes cell phones and puts it into a locked sort of pouch that they cannot access for the day. And they found that to be really helpful. Finally, we have Newark Memorial High School. They've been really focused on collaborative culture setting, professional development, staffing, and supervision, reset programs, as well as looking at their WASC report that they recently did and trying to be responsive to that. They're focused on a January refresh, coming back to the Newark Memorial High School that we know. They're thinking about professional development, creating culturally welcoming spaces, teacher identification of really target behaviors, and each month they're addressing that as a consistent basis. So not one teacher doing it one way, another teacher. How are we all going to develop consistent practices to address this particular target behavior that we've seen? Site expectations, again, sorry, I just reiterated that. So how are they going to then tell what their expectations are explicitly and then monitor for improvement? Parent communication, so pre-break, they're trying to be proactive with some parent conferences, really using leading indicator data like attendance. If we're starting to notice you getting off track, let's not wait for something bad to happen. Let's pull you in, pull your parent in, let's have a conference, and let's see if we can start to get you back on the right path. Again, paying attention to what your goals are and trying to help the student achieve their own goals. And then students and staff are working together to create some Culture Keeper videos that will go out in January as well, reinforcing these values. We did post for 2 new positions. We'll have to take a look at those dates. And then it is right, it's 20 hours. It's really looking at the particular hours that you need supervision the most. So thinking about lunchtime as a key time where you want more adults on your campus. They also have pulled out a staff member to look at the real-time security cameras during very strategic times throughout the day as well. They're also looking at restorative justice practices, including reentry plans. So when students do get suspended or are up for expulsion and they, for whatever reason, return back to campus, how do we work on invitation back in versus pushing them out? And what does that wraparound support look like? Really focusing on addressing barriers to learning and engagement in hopes of supporting the student in coming back in a very safe, responsible way. Finally, I know we talk a lot about assessment. Culture and climate is hard to assess, but we do our best. And so some of the baseline, sort of new baseline data that I assume that we'll get at the end of this year continues to be the California Healthy Kids Survey, which goes to students, families, and staff. We'll continue to look at engagement data, attendance, discipline, referrals, suspensions, expulsions, site learning walks, and classroom observations. We also are going to do a deep dive in the WASC report that we recently just received. We also look at coordination of services team data. That's our cost teams. We have to be careful about that because sometimes you see referrals go up and it's because the community realizes they have access to that resource. So sometimes when you increase your resources, you see more use of it. That's a good thing. So more referrals doesn't necessarily mean something bad. And then again, PBIS. So you'll see you'll see that assessed in different ways at different school sites. This comes from a quote that Dr. Triplett actually shared with me a few years ago. Culture is defined by our beliefs, values, and norms. Climate is defined by our instructional practices, student supports, guided by our beliefs about student behavior. And so student outcomes are the byproduct of high quality academic and culture and climate plan alignment. And I think that is the sentiment that I hope that we take away from this very brief presentation today. Our beliefs about student behavior are really important. And so if we try to put values on that, we're actually doing a disservice to our kids. They want to be here, they want to do well, and it's our job to support that by setting up really strong culture and climate. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. This is information only agenda, so questions from the board. Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Pierce, for your presentation. I just want to make a couple of observations. So one is in the slide, the beginning slide where we're talking about increasing violence. I mean, certainly COVID, we are seeing things happen, but I think it's important to note that it's not happening everywhere. And so, for example, in the district where I teach, I'm not seeing any of the types of, quite frankly, severe violent issues and behavioral issues that, we're seeing posted on Facebook and reported to us by a variety of sources from the community. And so I think the only way that we can solve this is to get specific. And I think that the challenge that we have here is that if we look at very high-level metrics, I think they can be pretty misleading. And so attendance, although it could be correlated to potential behavioral problems, it's not really a perfect correlation. But I think that if we get to issues where we start to look at suspensions or expulsions, that is incredibly misleading because that's the actions that we're taking, but we're not actually reporting on the real issues that are going on. And right now, we're not getting reports at a board level about all the different issues. We're only seeing and hearing a lot of this from the community itself, and I think that that's really, it's not only inappropriate, but we're not going to solve the problems until we get to the root causes. And I'd like to draw an example. When we look at New York City in the 1970s, it was an incredibly dangerous place. Sadly, it appears that New York City is going back to that same climate. But in the 70s, what ultimately turned New York around and actually made it an amazing city to live in were a series of policies, and some of them were implemented under Mayor Giuliani and others. But one of the key policies that was implemented was a concept called broken windows. And the idea is that, and it goes much to what you're talking about in terms of culture, that if you're going to try to get, essentially the correct behaviors to occur, you have to pay attention to the details. And one of the people that put this whole idea together was to say, if you have a neighborhood that has blight and you allow that blight to continue, people are going to feel bad about their neighborhood, and they're going to behave badly. So you need to start actually fixing the root causes. But we're not seeing any of the root issues, and we have to get to these. And so I would like to recommend that we actually start to have every time we have a board meeting, that we actually start to have a report, whether it's in closed session or not, that really gives us data, raw data about what are all the incidents that are happening in the different schools in somewhat granular detail, so that we can start to see patterns, and then we can start to see what's working and what's not working. Because I think right now at a very high level, if you can't connect the high level strategies with the details, you have no idea of whether you're making progress or not. And I would say that the whole expulsion and suspension, that is not appropriate. It's sort of like when you hear San Francisco District Attorney Boudin say, you know what, convictions are down, and yet everybody's seeing smash and grab mobs out in downtown, San Francisco. And it's not because the violence isn't there, it's because the city isn't prosecuting. And as a result, San Franciscans are becoming very unhappy, and they are ultimately, they put them up for recall. And so we need to pay attention to the details, and I would like to suggest that we start to get detailed reports at a board level so we can start to turn this thing around. Thank you.
Again, this is an information item agenda, the rest of the board. Any other board member?
It's okay with you. I do want to just state, I think that this was a very high-level presentation, but we are paying attention to details. I think when we think about how, for instance, the restorative justice, the restorative principles to reentry, those are really paying attention to the details. When you get to a room with two kids who have just fought or who have had a conflict in some way, and you get at the root of that problem, and then you see a data after putting in those hours and those work with those kids, and then you see data coming out of the high school where it's 5 to 6 weeks with no fights, right, with no recurring issues, those are the kinds of successes that we are seeing that really are street level, down on the ground data that shows that the hard work that we're putting in is starting to make a change. It's not perfect, no, but we are starting to see some differences.
Member Gwendal.
President Chang. Thank you, Ms. Pierce-Davis. I was actually going to make a point along those lines that you made it much better than me, that essentially the staff is in fact getting into those details. I wanted to have one more comment. The conflicts between students aren't the only safety potential issues at our schools. So could you illuminate a little bit on what the staff is doing to interact with the police department or other sectors to ensure safety at our schools? Or maybe that's another report if you don't want to go into it now. But I just wanted to stress that we're not just dealing with conflicts between students. We're also thinking about safety in general.
Absolutely, and I will say that is a partnership that Newark has with its local police department that has been, I don't want to say a really fortunate surprise. Surprise isn't the right word. It is something that happens here in Newark that's really beautiful. And I know Dr. Triplett also meets with the police department as well. So it's a partnership that we continue to foster. But that would be a more lengthy, report. Thank you.
Member Marquez.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to touch on the basis with parents and the collaboration with parents. So here we're speaking on we're speaking on the students and the staff. What role are parents or those in the community able to play when it comes to participating with getting to know what PBIS is, understanding what the restorative justice, especially in Alameda County, and the wraparound services that are available? How are we approaching that?
So with our parent partners, that would be, that's something I would like to talk to our principals about because they each do it very differently, whether it is, their own versions of town halls, whether it's the teachers sending home information around their PBIS expectations, what that looks like. It is very particular to the school because the students and the teachers and the administration of each site sort of create their own. So for instance, we see for music, responsible, inclusive, safe, and engaged. Inclusive was added as a fourth one, in part because they have a large special education population, and the idea was that We really want to integrate and everyone gets to work together. And so it kind of started from there, but then it took a life of its own. So it's done in very different ways, but that is something I'm going to take a note down, talk with Ms. Acosta about, and see if we can get some of that, those opportunities up, publicized as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Moving on to elementary report card update. We do have a public speaker on this, Ms. Cindy Parks.
Hi, good evening. First of all, I want to say that I was very happy to go through the slide presentation and see that the 4 rubric was leading the 3 rubric. I think that the 3 rubric has too big of a span in grading. And the only thing that I would like to bring to your attention is that the purpose of a report card is to communicate with the parents. And I don't see any parents. And I think that if anything, that is something that I don't, like I said, I don't see it there. So since that is the tool, this is the tool to communicate with them. If they can't understand the standards and how the matrix, then it's for naught. So I would just ask that perhaps when everything is worked out, that you get some parents in and make sure that everything is communicated well. Thank you.
Any virtual speakers? Superintendent?
Thank you, President Jun. So this is a return to report out about the progress in developing of the elementary report card. We have Mr. Dolowich here to present, and he also has brought some really fantastic teachers who are part of the report card committee, Ms. Lena Yep, Ms. Amy Yuxon Ramirez, and Ms. Brandy Wex, who also are going to, I believe, assist in the presentation. So this is, again, just a report because we're in the middle of this process of revisiting the elementary school report card per the request of the board. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Dolowich to give us an update.
All right, thank you, Dr. Triplett. Good evening, members of the board. As Dr. Triplett mentioned, we have 3 teachers here, veteran teachers, and the fact that we're on winter break and they're here tonight speaks volumes, right, about their dedication. So I'm going to, absolutely. So I'm going to turn it over to them momentarily. We have 3 presentation goals for this update. We want to detail the report card committee progress to date, the meetings we've had, and what we plan to do next, identify current challenges that we're grappling with, and then outline that plan of action for report card committee, both in Ed Services and also to engage in the community to get community input in 2022. As I brought previously, we've had 2 meetings. We started in late October, and we aligned with teachers as a part of the committee for vision, process, timeline, and to provide context with the background. And then between then and December 1st, we provided a district-wide survey. And we're going to share results from that survey here tonight. We're starting with our TK through 5 staff since they're affected first. And then, like I said, we'll engage with the community in January, followed by input from community and parents as well. Just to note, we closed the survey today. So when I submitted this, there were 81 responses from our TK through 5 teachers. There are a total of 104 TK through 5 teachers. We currently have 85 responses, which is an 82% participation rate. So we're proud of that. And our respective committee members have engaged with their staff, and then you'll hear a little bit about their analysis of those results as well as next steps. You can see we're going to have working meetings with teachers in January and February with the hopes of bringing a final updated report card, including a determination regarding a 3 or 4 to the board in March. So you can see that here. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Lena Yep, 2nd grade teacher from BGP. And she'll tell you a little bit more about the survey results.
Good evening. So at this point, we've met twice this year, as Ariel said, in October and in December. And during this time, we just kind of discussed the history of where we've been. We have a mix this year of both returning members as well as some newer members, and a mix of veteran teachers and a few newer teachers. And so that we kind of talked about where we were coming from, what our goals were for this year, and what the purpose of the survey was in terms of what sort of information we wanted to be able to get from teachers in terms of how to move forward from this point. So for sites, you can see there is information from all of the different sites. There are a few sites that have had more responses than others in terms of greater percentage. But you can see that there is overall, we have representation from every site in terms of responses and feedback. And for grade levels, as you can see also, there's a little bit of, there's more responses in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade level. However, we do have responses from all grade levels. TK is understandably smaller since we have fewer TK teachers and classrooms across the district. But we were able to get fairly good feedback from across the span of all the grade levels in terms of what teachers are thinking about their respective report cards, so that we were able to use that feedback within each individual grade level span. And turn it over to Amy Hoxton.
Hi, my name is Amy Hoxton Ramirez. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at BGI. This slide shows you a question about standards alignment and how the teachers felt the standards, the report card items were aligned to the standards. For the most part, the teachers do feel it's aligned. I do want to give you some background that when the report card committee formed the current report card lines on the report card back in 2014, give or take, both Brandy Wex and I were on that committee, and we looked at the Common Core standards, which were new at that time, and we made sure to take the language straight from the Common Core standards as much as possible. And we also made sure to vertically align them so that when you look at the report cards side by side, you should see a progression of those standards at that time it was K through 6. There was a question about language and is it accessible to all families? Of course, this is from the teacher's perspective and whether we felt that when we met with parents during our conferences, did the families understand what the report card was reporting to them? Majority says that the language is accessible, and but it is important to note that as we move forward in our future meetings that we will be looking at that again with the consideration that it is a communication piece to the parents as well as to the students' next teachers. This question was about whether the section work habits, social skills, and study skills was an appropriate title for the effort area where we also incorporated some of the PBIS kind of goals that we have at our schools now. And majority also agrees that this title does work. And this was, the reason we had this question is because it was just recently changed. And so we wanted to know how the teachers felt about that recent change. And this, of course, is an important question that we had. Should a 4 be brought back to the elementary report card? And so we asked whether they thought it should be for all grades TK through 5, only upper grades 3 through 5, or not at all, should remain just for, should remain just grades 1, the standard, the grading should be 1, 2, or 3 with a no 4. If we look at this, majority do feel that the 4 should come back for at least the upper grades 3 through 5. And again, moving forward, as we continue to meet about bringing back the 4, I think one big piece was the language of what a 4 meant. I believe in the last report card that we had a 4, it said exceeds grade level, and I think that both teachers and parents weren't sure what that meant when it said exceeds grade level, especially when we don't have the tools to assess whether they are going beyond the grade level that we're teaching.
Hi, I'm Brandy Wex. I teach 1st grade at Coyote Hills Elementary. And just adding on to what Amy was saying about this question of bringing a 4 back to our report card, it ties in with some of the work that we really feel needs to be done beyond the current report card plan, which is to create some rubrics and guidelines for what a report card line means and how we're scoring it across grades, across school sites, and bringing some alignment beyond each individual teacher to the entire district. So here you can see we have some short-term goals to address some inaccuracies and update the language for each grade level. We're going to be meeting over the next 2 months in small group teams of grade level cohorts from across the district to address some of the things that teachers have brought up as we go to put scores in report cards, thinking that it's not quite addressing the way that we'd like. So we're going to do some retooling of words there. We're going to discuss the results from this survey, continuing to analyze what can we take from it, and how do we go back to our sites and draw more information from the staff that we can bring to this committee to make the report card the best possible tool to use to communicate with parents and with other professionals about our students. And in the end, we will motion and approve for Ed Services to make the final changes to the elementary report card, and they will bring it to you. Long term, beyond this year, we need to look at developing rubrics that clearly articulate the grading scale for respective grade level standards. So this is breaking down, what does each line mean? What is the standard that's being taught? How has it been taught? And how is the student performing across all of the ways that we've taught it? And what does a 1 look like? What does a 2 look like? What does a 3 and possibly a 4 look like? And if a student scores that, what does that mean for that student's performance? And then continuing to provide the necessary professional development for all of the teachers who are using this report card in an ongoing way, so that veteran teachers are getting the next information on this report card. And we're continuing to bring new teachers on board and training them in how to properly use the report card and communicate to the families in their classes, and make sure that that tool is consistent across all of the teachers who are using it. Thank you.
So in closing, just to reiterate that the survey closed today actually for teachers. To date, we have 82% participation rate. We do have 2 working meetings scheduled in January and February, and our goal is to make changes and updates as well as a determination with community input with respect to that grading scale, and bringing back a possible 4, and then bringing final drafts to the report card committee in March, and subsequently to curriculum council and the board level. So that's the plan of action. I just want to say not only happy holidays to the board, but also a huge thank you to all the teachers behind me for their dedication and for being here this evening. And who better to hear it from than the elementary teachers themselves, since we're talking about a report card. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, only questions from the board.
Yes.
Member Grindel?
I hope a comment of thanking you for the effort that you put in and for coming here tonight. I really appreciate it. I just had one other comment question. Although 18.5% seems like a low number, I am concerned that that larger portion of our families aren't being able to find it accessible. So I hope that, although it's not about the 3-4 idea, I hope that we're working on ways to increase that accessibility in language. So that's just a point I wanted to make.
Member Nguyen?
I just have one comment, and thank you, Mr. Dolowich, for including the answer to my question that I had posted to you guys earlier today, and that was in regards to how many of the teachers surveyed, so thank you for that. And then also to reiterate, I think it is really important for parents to really understand what a 1 means, a 2 means, a 3 means, and a 4 means, because for me as a parent, in the 3-point grading scale, I just found it really difficult to understand, how students and the scale of it, the percentage-wise, how our students can fall within that point, the 3-point range. So allowing parents to really understand and dive into that really helps us to understand how well our student is really doing in the classroom. So I'm grateful that you brought up that point. Thank you.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Dolowich and team, for a great presentation. Yeah, and I think it's really good work. And I would just echo Member Nguyen and then also the public speaker of City Parks, that I think it would be good also just to get engagement with families, since they're the customer ultimately, right? And we want to make sure that what we're presenting them, is understandable and works from their perspective. But good work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for the hard work, and happy holidays. Moving on to student expulsion, 12.1. I move that we approve the expulsion case E2122-12. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Next item, 12.2. I move that we approve the expulsion stipulation, number E2122-14. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindel. Member Marquez, how do you vote? Yes. Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 12.3, expulsion stipulation for E2122-16. I move to approve the expulsion stipulation. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Marquez. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries unanimously. Old business 13.1, resolution 2021.22.16, authorizing the issuance and sale of 2022 refunding general obligation bonds. Do we have any public speaker on the item? Superintendent?
Thank you, President Chun. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Dela Cruz. This is a resolution. I believe we've spoken about this in the past meeting for a first read, I believe. So we're bringing this back, but she's happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, so if you recall, at the November 18th board meeting, we had a presentation from Blake Beam at KNN. And so we're bringing this back as a resolution to authorize the refinancing of the current Measure G bonds of about $35 million. It's an opportunity to save our community some money. And if you have any questions, I do have Mr. Beam and Ms. Courtney available to answer any questions.
Yeah, so any additional questions following our last meeting last month on the board?
I just want to confirm that the savings don't come at the expense of extending the term of any of the bonds.
Yes, that is correct. The maturity dates stay the same.
Thank you.
So I move that we authorize the issuance and sales of 2022 refunding general obligation bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $35 million. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindel. Member Marquez, how do you vote? Yes. Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the hard work to save, doing the work to save our homeowners some couple bucks. Moving on to 13.2, adoption of educator effective block grant plan. Do we have public speaker on this? Superintendent?
Thank you, President Chun. So again, we're bringing this back. There was a first read, I believe, and also the public hearing. And so unless there's any questions.
Member Hill?
I just want to make a comment, and that is, I know that this money is being made available by the state, and that's great, and potentially we can use it. But I also just want to make sure that we don't have the tail wag the dog. And a lot of times you get money and offers, but then there's strings attached, and it may defocus you from larger priorities. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind if we end up approving this.
So if I'm correct, that this is a 5-year program, and every year we need to sort of present that what we have done to the state, right? Is that right? Can you talk about the measurement taken?
Yes,
required by the state?
Yeah, it's a 5-year program, but it's a set amount, so we don't get additional funds each year. It's the amount that you see there for all 5 years total. there is a requirement for us to report back to the state. And Ms. Dela Cruz, you want to expand on that?
Yeah, this is similar to other reports that we have to present to CDE. So every year, there's a report that CDE requires us to do, and that's the way that we are held accountable for the way the funds are being used.
Okay. With that, I move to approve the adoption of the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant Plan.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to new business, 14.1 HVAC replacement project phase 1 contract for air balancing and commissioning services. Do we have public speaker on this?
We have one online speaker who currently is not online.
Okay. Superintendent Triplett?
Thank you, President Jun. So
I
you'll
have,
s-
it
Sorry?
looks like they just jumped on.
Okay.
Sorry
Okay,
about
go
that.
ahead.
Eric Tam, you may begin.
Hi, Board. I wanted to recap the HVAC journey for you. It will help flesh out the agenda background and why the air balancing testing contract before you is important. On June 3rd, you approved the quote, phase 1 of the HVAC replacement upgrades, including 318 units for a preliminary budget and architect proposal. Carrie Nupin said we need more details on budget and plan. On August 5th, you approved the phase 1 increment 1, 99 units. In my public comment, I specifically said if you roughly approximate and multiply by 3 to get 309 units, it looks like we're trending to be over budget. Member Hill even asked Mr. Caputo, are we over budget and on time? Mr. Caputo did a great project management Jedi hand wave, and he said, well, if you ask me, we could be over $10 million possibly, citing the rust protection example. On September 2nd, Ms. Denny in the bond projects update for phase 1 increment 2, she specifically gave the update of the quote, within budget. On October 7th, board approved phase 1 increment 2 for Rodon Builders to take on the installation contract. I spoke and pointed out 177 unit equipment cost was missing. I gave you a rough estimate. With my estimate and in times at that time's known contracts, we were already over budget, 10 plus million, and they pleaded with you to dig in. Board, did you ever get the final equipment cost? If not, I filed a CPRA last night for us. Recently, on November 18th, Ms. Denny gave a facilities update and gave updates about HVAC phase 1, both increments. She presented phase 1 schedule, and there was no mention to the board about budget or cost overruns. Tonight, the staff is asking you to approve $265,050 as presented, that it's marked budgeted. Since staff didn't provide the original budget, on June 3rd, RGM Kramer's initial budget that you approved lists testing and air balancing for $125,000 and a Cypress engineering line item for $32,000, making a total of $157,000. Remember, this was for 318 units in June. Now we're asking you to pay $265,000 for 276 units. After 2 facility updates, 3 different board votes for approval of budgets. Board, do you actually know what the final actual cost is for HVAC phase 1? I want to ask one simple question. Why does NUSC never give a project budget versus actual spent table sheet to the board? Speaking again to the project managers on the board, Member Nguyen and Member Hill, doesn't this project sound all your alarms? A closing project and still has major cost difference and overrun? I hope both of you can help find some answers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Superintendent?
Thank you, President Jun. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Dela Cruz. I believe Mr. Caputo is also available to speak on this.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So this board item is to approve the contract for Alpha Air Balancing Agency as well as Cypress Engineering for commissioning and air balancing of the phase 1, increments 1 and 2 of our HVAC replacement. And Mr. Caputo, he has a little background to share as well.
Do you have the PowerPoint?
Oh, yes, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good evening, President Tsang, members of the board, Dr. Triplett, Ms. Dela Cruz, and Cabinet. Wanted to provide an update that may answer some of the questions regarding counts and budgets.
Do you want the clicker or do you want me to just pass?
Yeah, it's sure, it's only a
I'll
few
help.
slides.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to start with a quick update. The first slide, if you're able to read it, outlines the number of units that have been surveyed and that are included. They have evolved a little bit over time. The second item that we address still needs engineering, so we've included some contingencies on that. This slide depicts the number of units that are currently under review and included. There were some counts that were given based on the ADIS report, the work that was done by previous management and consultants. I wanted to clarify some of those numbers up front in that the initial counts where there were split systems that are two pieces of equipment, they were counted as two. As we went through and sorted all that out, they are one system. Some of those earlier counts also included portables, which we're not addressing with Measure G funds. And there are two schools that are also not under purview now because they are earmarked with the consolidation plan. The first column shows the number of units that are currently being addressed, 339 units. Previously, between 2014 and 2016, the district installed units as depicted in the second column, or third column if you include the school sites. And it also shows the units that were replaced by prior consultants below that line. And the next column depicts the units that are currently included in phase one, increments 1 and 2. Increment 1 is, of course, the elementary campuses. Increment 2 is the junior high school and the high school, 276 units. Phase 2 is the second item on the agenda tonight, and that includes the balance of the units that were currently under review, and they are 5 units that were initially submitted to the state architect's office with the phase 1 projects, but the state determined that they do not meet the exception requirements and they wanted full review. So they were bifurcated in order to expedite the replacement of the first batch of units. There were also 5 units at the high school. Since we've published the board item, the architect has met with DSA, and where DSA did not allow exceptions to the 5 units at the elementary school, they did earlier this week. We still have them looking at the 5 units for the junior high school that we thought met the exception requirements, and that is still under review. The units at the high school, though, are very large units in some cases and do require full DSA review, structural, and perhaps ADA upgrades. The units below the yellow line show the work that was done prior. Birch Grove Elementary was completed entirely in 2015. Lincoln, 4 units were replaced. The balance of those units have been determined that they can last another couple years with proper maintenance, and that was determined both by the mechanical engineer and the Western Allied contractor that was working on the repairs of each of these units to make sure that they meet the COVID requirements. McGregor was completed in 2016, so there's no further work needed on those. Music, of course, is part of the consolidation plan as well as snow, so we're not looking at any further replacements there. Next slide. We provided very detailed budgets, but those slides get very small and complicated, so I've kind of simplified it, but the board package has those other budgets. Phase 1 with contingencies and soft costs are trending $10,906,000. I've outlined the planning costs, the construction estimates, testing and inspection costs, and contingency amounts that are currently unassigned. Phase 2, we're estimating at $2,431,193. We've outlined the planning costs, the construction costs, testing and inspection, and contingency. When units go through the division of the state architect's office under full review, they can also require ADA upgrades that aren't related to the mechanical units. They can require up to 20% of the actual construction amount. They can also require further fire life safety upgrades that aren't essentially connected directly to the mechanical units. So we have to allow contingency for that. These still need to be engineered and designed. I want to remind the board that when we were engaged, the district only allocated $3.5 million. And the engineers spent a lot of time trying to determine out of the number of old units that are near their end of their useful life, how to prioritize where to best spend that money. Of course, soon after that, COVID hit, and the district had to really look through its coffers and supplemental funding to determine, can we replace all these units? And it's been a bit of a moving target since then. So this is where we're landing, and I wanted to provide this information as a precursor to the items on the board agenda this evening. The next slide is part of the Phase 2 action item, and it is essentially the architect's preliminary schedule for design, engineering, and construction. It's part of their contract, but I wanted to present it in this slide just to show that they're anticipating with approval tonight, they will get started full scale on engineering. They intend within 10 weeks by February 18th to pull their documents together, to continue to meet with DSA, to see what other requirements might be enacted. And then they will proceed with the DSA submission. We are anticipating, as soon as we get the engineering done, to purchase these units so that they are on the ground and ready, because the district over the summer, as you are well aware, went through all of the existing units, not just the older units, but all the units that serve classrooms and support spaces, to ensure that they have the proper amount of outside air, that they're operating efficiently. They went through a series of repairs, testing, air balancing, and commissioning to make sure that we're compliant with the COVID protocol for outside air intake, as well as a number of air exchanges. I want to point out as a point of progress that Coyote Hills had 27 units. Those have been installed. We're calling them right now at this point about 95% complete, because the Sizer code control system, there are some supply chain issues on some parts. They have the existing building management system operating efficiently to make all the connections to resume in-class learning, but they need to come back and replace some components to convert to the new energy management system. Schilling has 28 units. It's scheduled to be set by helicopter on Saturday. Kennedy as well has 21 units. They're scheduled to be lifted by helicopter on Saturday as well. They'll be starting very early in the morning, but the lift will start around 8:30, and it should be done by 10:30, 11 o'clock. They will work through the holiday break to get everything lined up and ready for in-class learning as school resumes in January. Birch Grove Primary is going to happen in January, probably mid-January, because we still have some items that are coming in order to do that. When you use a helicopter, you want to do everything that you can at one time. And while we have some units for Birch Grove Primary, we have others, and it's just not prudent to come back another trip. Additionally, starting tomorrow, Newark Memorial High School We are starting replacement of 60 of the 117 units. Those will be done by crane, and I just wanted to, as a matter of just sharing information, show you on the next slide how the contractor is staging the high school. The high school, because of the sprawling campus and the differing elevations, they decided that they wanted to use a crane, that they can manipulate better than using a helicopter. The orange rectangles show where the crane is being set up and shows where all the units are sitting. And in fact, as a point of reference, in each and every one of these, whether we're using a helicopter or crane, these units have been worked on the ground by the manufacturer of the equipment, as well as Sizerco doing the energy management systems and all the work inside the units on the ground. So when they get put up on the roof, they can be installed and brought into operation much faster than doing it all on the roof. So this is just a diagram that shows you how they're staging and leapfrogging around the site over the next 2 weeks to install these units. And then the very last slide just shows a picture of one of the new units on Coyote Hills. I think I've mentioned earlier that in addition to purchasing the equipment early and directly, we brought them to a place in Bakersfield to put a special coating on them that could be done much more expediently and cheaper than done in the factory in Texas. And
Mr. Caputo, sorry to interrupt. Can you wrap it up by 9 p.m.? We do have a 30 minutes limit for deliberation by the board per item.
So the coating is just a rust inhibitor because as we surveyed, or as the mechanical engineer surveyed some of the equipment installed in 2014 and 16, we noticed evidence of rusting already. So it was an added cost, but it is a long-term benefit for the district. So with that, I'll start with the first action item. Before COVID, the degree of commissioning and testing and air balancing was a little bit more discretionary than I think it is under COVID. A lot of the districts we work in that are more pressed for funds is more of a luxury for them in some senses. In some cases, the initial setup and balancing is done by the contractor, and either under the construction contract, the contractor uses an independent testing agency, or districts will use an independent testing agency. But the district went through an extraordinary effort over the summer to make sure that the existing equipment is repaired, tested, and balanced so that it meets the air exchanges and all the requirements per ASHRAE and CDE. And as these units are being replaced, it's likely prudent that we do this to certify that the new units are installed and operating efficiently too. One of the things that we noticed over the summer was that the M&O department can look at their computer, they can adjust outside air and balancing, but when you go to the sites, although it shows on the computer it's working, it wasn't in the actual classrooms. So I think it's very important. It's a discretionary item, but having these certifications will also help the district shore up the funds they receive from the CARES Act and will better enable them to secure any additional funding coming out through state and federal programs as part of the COVID relief measures. So the action item is a recommendation from staff to approve an amount of $91,650 for commissioning services by Cypress Engineering. You were introduced to Cypress Engineering, who did a report on September 2nd regarding the COVID requirements on the existing equipment, and $173,000 for Alpha air balancing. This one is on a T&M agreement because a lot of this work is happening intermittently, and there is an assumption that some of it will be done under overtime. So from the preliminary proposal, They dropped it 13%, approximately $39,950 from their original proposal. And Alpha working on a TNM, any savings that they accrue comes right back to the district.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board. Any questions and comments from the board? Member Grindel?
I just wanted to bring up kind of a strange little question. The helicopters scare some people. So is there communication to the police department to let them know that it's going to be happening?
Yeah,
and
they
maybe
have to-
through Nextdoor or something like that? Because things kind of blew up when you did Coyote Hills on the social media.
So their requirements are to work with local as well as FCC and many other requirements. We've also made notification to the principals who I believe have done some outreach to the communities as well.
Thank you. I'm ready to make the motion.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Caputo. Per the public speaker comment earlier, I am a former project manager. I spent the bulk of my career in project management before becoming an educator. It's 26 years. I was trained by the best. I was trained by Accenture. And yeah, my alarm bells are going off all over the place with this project. This is not being run like a professional project, right? And so with the way that you run a professional project is, number one, you have a project charter which clearly lays out the goals for what you're trying to accomplish. That's basically your North Star. You know exactly what you're going to get and how you're going to measure success. That's one key document that goes into any successful project. Next, the thing that you're always focused on are three things: scope, schedule, fees. All right, within your project's charter, you're going to say what's in and what's out. That's how you keep a project on track. Number two, or number three, you're going to have a very detailed schedule that shows specific action items and timelines, and so that you can see whether you're on track or not. And then finally, you're going to have a very clear budget, and as the public speaker had commented on, you're always going to be looking at budget to actual. So you put a budget together, and then how are we tracking? Right now, I don't see any of that. I feel like I'm lost in the forest. I'm at 0 feet in fog, and I have no idea whether this project is in control or not. But I feel like I'm sitting in front of a used car salesman, again, not you specifically, but I feel like I'm sitting at a dealership, and I've looked at a car, and now the salesperson is saying, well, you know, if you add in this option, you're going to get this, and boy, it would really be nice to do that, and oh yeah, what about this? I have no idea whether we're actually under control, and we are in a budget-constrained environment. So until we actually get, and maybe you have all this documentation, and maybe it's just not being presented correctly, but until we can actually see this, there's no way I can approve any more changes to this, because I can't see the goal. I mean, I don't know where we're going, I don't know how we're defining success, and I don't see, you know, how we've got our budget under control. So I really hope that I'm not going to vote to approve this tonight, and I'm hoping that the board doesn't as well, and I hope that this gets brought back and we put those things in place so we can clearly say, here's what we tried to, or what we were supposed to accomplish, here's where we are, here was our original budget, here's our new forecast, and then here's how much is left to go. Until I see that, I can't vote for this.
So my question is, if I understand correctly, this actually should be the last vote we take on the phase one of this HVAC replacement project, right? Because before we had the architectural firm vote, and right now, this is post-replacement checking and testing the air balancing, right?
Yes, that is correct, President Zhang. The action item is not a change order to the construction project. This is actually a contract for the commissioning of the HVAC project, because it's a standard process usually towards the end of the construction project so that the HVAC units could be commissioned.
Member Gundel?
Yes. Yeah, I don't believe that testing and commissioning the equipment to make sure it's working, particularly in this environment, is an option. I think we absolutely need to be making sure that the equipment that we're installing is working the way we expect it to. So I think this is the right approach. It's not this isn't a wanna have, this really is a gotta have in terms of making sure that the units that we're installing are working, particularly, as you indicated, Mr. Caputo, particularly in this COVID environment. We want to make sure that everything's working properly so that our children and our teachers and our other staff are in as safe environment as possible. So this is not an option in my mind. It is an important element to completing a project.
Yes, sir, and that's why we're bringing it to you. Certainly, if COVID would have subsided or dissipated to some degree, we may have some options here. And it's also why we did it on a T&M basis, so we can monitor it and regulate it. I can only bring to you what the engineers bring to me. Some of this is still being engineered. And obviously, this was a project that started out to only do a small increment and has become more urgent and critical because of the operation of the existing units and COVID.
And actually, President Chang, one more point. It's my understanding also that this commissioning usually results in energy savings as well. Is that correct?
And better training for the site and better assurance that the separate systems of the building technology so that they can work on it remotely, adjust temperatures, make sure that proper outside airflow and air exchanges are accurate, because we've seen over the summer that those control systems were not accurate.
Guys, one final question. What is can this be paid out of the restricted maintenance fund, or this has to be coming out of Fund 25? Because that 25 is more restrictive than the restricted maintenance fund?
Yeah, the routine restricted maintenance fund is for annual maintenance, really, like cleaning the carpets and things of that nature. So the capital facilities fund is more appropriate use of this for this project.
So when we first approved the Radcliffe Architectural on Phase 1, did we really use Fund 25? I don't really remember that.
That, I believe it was still part of Measure G. We still had Measure G funding.
I see.
Yeah, we were eliminating it at that point.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation.
Motion made by Member Grandal. Any second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grandal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Moving on to 14.2, HVAC replacement project area Phase 2. Contract for architectural services, air balancing and commissioning services. Superintendent?
I think I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz. Is there a public comment?
Yes, we do have one public comment, and it's virtual. Give me 1 second. Mr. Eric Tam, you may begin.
Public comment, and it's virtual.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Hi, board. I'm going to throw out my speech because this is all new information that Mr. Caputo has just thrown out. I'll try to set a timer and watch the clock. So I'm, just a couple more questions. So if I look at scope, April 15th, the scope was 378 units presented by Mr. Caputo. He said at that time, Phase 1 was 300 units approximately. May 20th, scope was 370 total units for HVAC replacement. Phase 1 was still at 300 units. June 3rd, when you made the actual approval for Phase 1, was 318 units. And then through June to October, we broke Phase 1 into 2 increments, 99 and 177, totaling 276. And now as of tonight, Phase 1 is 276 and Phase 2 is 41. My first question is, so is 318 the total, or is 378 the one that is the total? Like, I don't know, the scope just keeps changing, so I don't know which one is like duplicated or not duplicated, or if we've done the work or not done the work, so you might want to ask about that. Second, cost. Mr. Caputo presented in Phase 1 in his chart just now, let me pull it up, 10.906 million, but on June 3rd, you approved 9.7 million for 318 units. And then in multiple times, Ms. Dela Cruz updated us in bond cheap funds where what would cost all HVAC replacements was 9.6 million. So I don't like the numbers just changed suddenly. I don't understand how these numbers match. So you might want to look back in YouTube, but I rewatched everything last night, so it's pretty fresh. And then if you just evaluate construction cost for phase one, 318 units in the June 3rd preliminary budget is 7.642 million. And now the construction cost is 8.941 million. So I'm really confused on how procurement works at this board. Like, do you approve an initial budget and then the staff has the right to increase the budget as much as they want without a change proposal? Like, is this how it works? Like, I can just up my budget by 1.2 million and have no accountability? Sorry, I still don't know, but the numbers don't reflect what was approved and what was brought in agendas in the past, 7 months that I've been following. So yeah, I'd love to hear how this works. This is really interesting.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, Superintendent?
Thank you. This item 14.2 is the phase 2 of the HVAC replacement project for architectural services and the air balancing commissioning services. Mr. Caputo has already provided the information, so really if you have any further questions, we'll be happy to answer.
President Jay, I'm sorry.
Member Gundel?
You indicated that for these units that the Department of State Architect may require some other improvements, ADA improvements or so on and so forth. Are those improvements something that they're going to dictate in specific, or is this something where they're going to direct the district to find appropriate projects to do that? And one question I have about that is, I hope we're not going to be in a situation where we end up having to hire an architect to do the work necessary to get the DSA approval. So hopefully my question makes some sense.
Yeah, in terms of ADA requirements, they have that option. It's sometimes negotiable in terms of cost and scope, but the threshold is usually 20% of construction. They could ask for restriping a parking lot, additional ADA, could be as simple as some signage, striping, it could be restroom remodels across the campus, we don't know. We also have an opportunity, if we believe it's onerous and a hardship to the district, to make an appeal, and that's all part of the process that we have to look at going forward. I did include in the budget over 200,000 just in case.
Yes, my concern is that, of course, having accessibility for our campuses to disabled people is a good thing.
Mhm.
So hopefully our experts who know what's happening on the ground can have some influence on what that happens, so we can get something beneficial out of the state architect's requirements.
Yes, and typically, you do have some discretion, and when it's an HVAC project only, and that's part of the submission and the negotiations with DSA, is to make that exempt for this project because we are trying to make classrooms safe, and they have deferred those types of requirements in the past, but we still have to submit to them and work through it.
Member Hill?
So I have a question for Ms. Dela Cruz, and well, I guess it's really to Ms. Dela Cruz, and then a comment. So the question first. So on the prior item, it said it was budgeted, but in this item, in this particular item, it doesn't say that. So is this a new expenditure, this 281,000 or 280,000?
This line item is part of the budget. Is that what you're asking?
Because it just, on the prior page, it said budgeted. This one, it doesn't say budgeted.
Oh, on the top, I'm sorry. So yes, this is budgeted.
So yeah, again, just my comment is that, I think this is why people are so concerned about having government-run projects. It's because they end up taking way longer and spending way more money. It's like the Bay Bridge or all these other, projects. And one person, one former mentor kind of told me the way that a project gets out of control is one day at a time. And the major way that a project gets out of control is not controlling scope. And it just seems like we've got so many additions going on here that, it's not a best practice at all. And I think that it seems that we're almost sort of, approving these, where there's some, again, tacit approval for various things, and we, the board, are not given a big picture to sort of understand, okay, here are now scope changes that are being added, and do these make sense or not, and which one should we approve and which one should we not? So do we want leather seats or not? Do we want a high-end stereo or not? Right now, we're not being given those, that type of detail. So I don't feel that as a fiduciary I can approve this the way that this is being run. I feel it's out of control.
So I guess my question is, the reason for this item that for phase 2, we're voting for both the architectural and the air balancing and commissioning together, rather than like phase 1, we have 2 separate voting, 2 separate board meetings. Is that due to the fact that at the time when we voted for the architectural for phase 1, we still have some leftover in Measure G? It's the funding source thing.
I think there are a couple of things happening. In phase 1, we weren't sure how the DSA was going to look at some of these units. And so they exempted the majority of the units, but then there were a few that they wouldn't exempt. And so we had to put them in phase 2 because those units had to go through DSA. So the ones that we got exempted for, we were able to expedite and put those in a different phase. And normally, what we do is present a preliminary budget, and we go out to bid, and when we present the actual bid and recommend award, we review how it compares to the budget every single time.
Member Nguyen?
So while I'm totally not in disagreement with Member Hill, I do believe that, there are some red flags in terms of us not having tracked line items in terms of what's budgeted and what has been expensed right now for the HVAC project. But I am on board with approving this item because this is really a necessity for our students and providing a safe air quality environment for our teachers and our students. And so with that said, later on in the meeting under requests, I will make a request for in the next meeting to have a report on what was our preliminary budget, what's our current actuals, and what has been expensed for this project. Thank you.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I have one comment, sir.
Member Marcus?
Thank you, I appreciate that. For the recognition, I just wanted to ask, so with the original, when we had the original 200, they said the 276, the 41 that were withheld, right? Did we know that they would additionally come up later on or in the future, or were we completely holding back and not planning for those? And the reason I ask is I wasn't present then and I wasn't able to find the information prior to this question, so that's why I'm asking. So those original 41, they were not budgeted, is that correct, during phase 1?
The 41 that need to go to DSA?
Correct. The
Correct,
initial, some of these, with the exception of the high school, were included in phase 1, 5 for the elementary schools and 5 for the junior high school.
Okay.
And DSA said if we want to include those and not bifurcate them, then they would have delayed all the replacements that are currently being until they reviewed everything. So the architect bifurcated them. Their original scope was to try and prioritize within a $3.5 million budget. COVID kind of opened Pandora's box, and it left the district, trying to look at how can we finance more, and that's essentially how it's evolved.
So then in turn, that's where it came up, phase two
Yeah.
for the 41, correct?
And regarding the architect's fees that are a component of this, we went through an RFQ process. 3 firms were responding. One pulled at the last minute because they just felt they didn't have the bandwidth, and they had worked in the district before. The contractor or the architect that did phase 1 and is here before you for phase 2, his proposal was much more competitive. He agreed to not exceed 11% of the anticipated construction cost. And with the combination of both projects, he's only trending 8.75 so far. Intended to do it as one project. He's bifurcated it into 3. I believe the district's getting pretty good mileage out of that. Just to be in context, that's just one component of the whole thing. Obviously, you can say we don't want to spend the funds that are allocated for this and not do it, but you're not going to, these units that exist right now, despite all the repairs, they're not going to last a whole lot longer. Maintenance is still monitoring these every day and having to continue to do adjustments. And so some of these have evolved just by over the summer, thinking that they've got units operating efficiently, only to find out that they keep going out there and having to repair and maintain them. It's you're kind of paying for it one way or the other. But at some point, if we don't meet the criteria and COVID continues, there's classrooms that we simply won't be able to occupy safely.
Thank you for that.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Motion made by Member Nguyen. Any second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Marquez. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Thank you, Mr. Caputo, and
Thank you.
happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Caputo.
14.3, resolution number 2021.22.18, classified management reduction in hours. We do have a public speaker on this, Ms. Cindy Parks.
Concerning the child care layoff, I want to start off by thanking all the child care workers in the district for the love and support they provide to Newark students. What I'm about to say has absolutely nothing to do with the staff members who work in child care. It does center around making sound financial decisions. I know being able to offer child care has been utilized as a tool to encourage parents to enroll their children in Newark Unified. What most of you don't know is that this is not the first time the child care program has not been self-funding. The last time this happened, the board utilized general funds to cover the deficit. The board was adamant the program was to be self-funding, and once it got back on its feet, the general fund was to be repaid, which did happen. As was noted in the agenda item, the ESSER and general funds have subsidized the program. It also states the program currently serves 189 students instead of the 340 it served in March of 2020. And the reduction of all the classified child care positions would reduce the deficit by an estimated $75,000. I guess the million-dollar question is, why did it take till the middle of December to right-size the program? Based on the language contained on the agenda item, it almost seems like it was prompted by the new legislation that comes into effect January 1 of 2022, rather than the district being financially responsible. If you take the remaining deficit of the $266,000 and divide that by the 189 students, it equates to just over $1,400 per student. Why did it take 4 months into the school year for this decision to be made? How much more could have been saved if the decision had been made September 15th? Once again, this has nothing to do with the fabulous child care staff. This has to do with the district having proper position control management and making financially sound decisions. I hope you board members will provide better fiscal oversight of the district's programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online speaker? Superintendent Triplett?
Thank you, President Jen. I'll turn this one over to Ms. Ingham Waters.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Board, thank you. As it explains in the background, of this agenda item, the child care program is projected to deficit spend $341,000. However, due to the low enrollment we are seeing this year, we do need to take action to right size for staffing. And so the first resolution is in regards to our coordinator position. And so the first resolution is an FTE layoff, the equivalent of a 0.2. And so one thing I would like to notice for the board is we did submit an amended resolution for this item as well as the next one when we get to it. And it really just simplifies the kinds of service as well as the FTE equivalent reduction. So the first one that is for your consideration is the child care coordinator.
Back to the board. I guess I do have a question. So once we closed last year's budget, we did realize the general fund is sort of paying for the deficit of our child care services. I also heard some other people from the community were telling me, I guess during the COVID, California has some legal restriction on what you can do for the childcare people, whether you can really reduce your workforce. Is that true, or any limit placed by the state during COVID about whether you can or cannot reduce or lay off people?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there isn't anything specific about the child care program. We do have our COVID funds, our ESSER funds, and it's really up to the district on how we use them.
If I may, I think you may be referring to, there were certain restrictions on other classifications, custodians, and I believe food service workers.
Service at one time, yes.
Then I guess this just can be a lesson that we should learn. Like, I mean, we could have done this a bit earlier than this.
Yeah, if I may, we care deeply about our childcare workers and our staff in general. And so we always are going to do whatever we can to support them. And we're exiting a pandemic, I hope. And so clearly we did not want to make an impetuous decision about cutting something too early when it's really, these are completely uncharted grounds here, returning to in-person. And if we had cut positions prematurely and then had suddenly had more families really wanting this service, then we would be doing a disservice to both our families and our staff. But we will always look out for our staff and really make sure that we are not undercutting them.
Member Hill?
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Waters, for the clarification. But the one thing that I would like to point out is it's not staff's decision to make these kind of financial decisions, right? This is the board's decision. And if we were in a situation where all of a sudden we were, essentially going to run a deficit, you have an obligation to bring that to the board, and we shouldn't be finding out about it, 6 months later. And at that point, when we did find out about it, President Zhang had asked, well, is there going to be a way that we can cover it? And we were told yes. But now we're seeing that we're having to roll over a $117,000 deficit. So that's a decision that the board makes. It's not a decision that staff makes. But the question that I have is, the part that doesn't make sense to me is that it seems that we have a structural deficit here. And so even if we actually make some of these cuts that we're talking about, it appears to me like we have a structural deficit of $224,000 per year if I do the math correctly. And so I guess my question is, doing a $75,000 cut, doing a $22,000 cut, it's not resolving the fundamental issue. And I think that in some ways, although it's tempting to maybe come in and zero in and try to say, well, how can we cut this? But I think that we really should be looking at this from a much bigger picture and not trying to figure out within one piece of the pie, how do we start cutting things down? But I think that we ought to look at the entire pie because I think we need to make a decision. These are the types of strategic decisions that the board needs to make around priorities. And even though we may be running a deficit in one area, particularly here, maybe that's a priority for our district. And maybe there are other areas that are less of a priority, and maybe we cut there to fund this. But I think that, again, it's a little bit dangerous to be, sort of pulling the trigger on this, because we don't know, what happens if we do our study for this coming year around what priorities are for parents and enrolling their kids, and we find out that a bunch of the parents that aren't enrolling their kids in our schools, we find out that one of their top priorities is childcare. And yet we've cut down this budget item. It's not a good strategy. And so, I think that we got to get a much better, more detailed picture of the budget and the options. And I think we also have to do a much better job at tracking forecast to actual, because literally, if we had been doing this all along, we would have seen that there was a problem much earlier on, and we could have been taking corrective action. So those are my comments.
I mean, just respond to the comment about timing. So I think for this item, the reason is that we can still take advantage of the 60-day notice. We can take the big picture item, to reduce the 2 million deficit, but nothing will happen until July 1st, whether we vote on February or today. But voting on this today, this will happen in February. If we vote on this next month, this will happen in July 1st. That's the reason we're voting on that today. So that's the comment I want to make. Anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Motion made by Member Nguyen,
I'll second.
seconded by Member Grindal. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
I'm voting no for the reasons stated.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Moving on to 14.4, Resolution number 2021.22.17, classified layoffs or reduction in hours. We do have a public speaker on this, Ms. Sue Eustace.
My name is Sue Eustace, and I'm president of the Newark CSCA Unit 208. We have been meeting with HR for the last, I think, 3 weeks on this particular issue. And I want to thank HR for working with us and answering our questions and making some changes on the amended resolution. We are saddened by the loss of students in this program. It's been a program that's been very important to Newark Unified School District. And I believe it's especially important to the kids. And a lot of different districts can't even get childcare workers. We're lucky that we've got them. So I'm saddened that we are considering this, but I understand it. I'm hoping, and I think I have been reassured, that we can work to get more kids into the program or get some kids back. I know there's a lot of people that are afraid to really put their kids in a child care program around other kids because of COVID. So I'm hoping in time that we can take and we can make changes to this program. And hopefully we'll be able to rehire those people at some point after we take care of the deficit. So the only thing that I can encourage you to do, it's been very hard for our bargaining unit people to deal with any kind of a layoff. Our people are depending on their jobs, especially here in Newark. But we understand the situation, and I appreciate the time that HR has taken with us to make sure that the resolution reflected what we considered it proper for under our contract. So just thank you for your time and effort, and I do appreciate you really considering trying to save this program. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eustace.
Any other online speaker? Superintendent?
Ms. Ingram Waters, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So the next resolution is for our classified staff. And this is an amended resolution. In the first resolution that we had on the board agenda, it did list sites and position numbers. And in the amended resolution, you will see that it lists the kinds of services, the classifications that are affected, and the FTE layoff. So that being said, we are looking to have the board consider this resolution to support the deficit in our child care department. And I think that's it, unless you have some questions. Thank you.
Member Grindal?
Is there reason to believe that we're going to see an increase in enrollment in the years coming out? You know, one of the things is one point I just want to make is, in this environment of COVID, it's extremely difficult to know what's happening week to week, let alone budgeting for things. So I recognize the challenges involved with that, but I did want you to sort of address whether or not whether we have a chance to bring this program back to being self-funded as more children become a part of the program.
Yeah, I think it is really hard to say, but I will say that I think what's really important is that we listen to the voices of our families. And so what we want to do is get out as early as possible some surveys, some questionnaires for the families, and sort of weigh interest early and often, so that we can do a good job at predicting the number of families that will be interested for the upcoming school year.
Member Hill?
Yeah, so I guess two questions. So one to Ms. Waters, just a clarification. So it's my understanding that although there are potentially multiple positions that are being impacted, oftentimes for this proposal, it's a cutting back of hours at this point. It's not a complete elimination of the position. There's only maybe one case like that, but for the most, it's a cutting back of hours, correct?
Yes, so it's an FTE equivalent reduction. And so what we will do moving forward is work with our Ms. Eustace and our CSEA leadership to negotiate the effects, because it depends on our seniority lists as well as bumping language in our contract. Okay. So the end result will depend on the seniority list and how it affects folks for the layoff.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then the second question from Ms. De La Cruz, the part that I'm just a little bit confused about is it seems like we had it seems like the deficit that we're incurring going forward is larger than the deficit that we had when we were under lockdown. And that part doesn't make sense to me. And the reason why is, although obviously most of this is fixed cost, during the lockdown, we didn't have revenue coming in. So there's fixed expense, no revenue. So you would expect, a big deficit. But now we've got revenue coming in. So how come the deficit is bigger?
The deficit is not bigger. So last year, the deficit was the 339,000 plus the 117. So it was over 400,000 last year. And this year, the deficit is about 340,000. And I do want to add that prior to the pandemic, the child care program was really thriving. They actually had an ending fund balance. And because of COVID last year, it pretty much eliminated their fund balance. And we tried to keep it, we tried to maintain it as much as we could. And, as we're reviewing first interim is where we really look closely at our budget, is when we realized, with the projections and the number of students, the reductions, we had to do something. So
So your feeling is that it potentially could bounce back? I mean, we don't know, but at least the prior state it was in a good situation prior to COVID.
It really was. So if things were normal, if it goes back to pre-pandemic, then the program was not just breaking even, they were actually doing better. So we were being optimistic and thinking that we'd have the same number of students as pre-pandemic, but unfortunately, the students weren't coming, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll make a comment and a motion, if
Okay.
that's okay, Mr. President. I appreciate that, and it's really important, given that we want to build this up again, the way you've structured this in working with the labor union to minimize the actual impact on losing our people. So that positions us to be able to rebound quickly. So I support that. So with that comment, I would move approval.
Motion made by Member Grindal,
I second.
seconded by Member Marquez. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ingram-Water and Ms. Dela Cruz. 15.1, election of officers. This is solely the annual organization of the board. Election of officers, president. I nominate Member Nguyen, as she is the second most senior member on the board and also went through training with Board President's Workshop and Mastering Governance. That's why I nominate Member Nguyen to be the next board president.
I would like to second.
Seconded by Member Grindal. Any discussion and comment? Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote? My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes.
Yes.
15.2, clerk, also known as the vice president. Any nomination?
I'd like to nominate myself.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this?
Since prior to the rotation change, when we had the round robin, and now we've changed the rules, I would have been up for vice president, so I'd like to nominate myself.
Based on the rule, there's a nomination and a second. We'll vote on this first. If this voted down, then it will be the next one. Unless, Member Grindal, you want to retract your motion.
I do not.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
So can we ask a question then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so since we're making it a political process, right, versus what was before really an administrative process around Robin, I'd like to hear from Member Grindal since he has nominated himself. So what's your campaign platform, right? So why are you wanting to run? And also, do we have your commitment that this isn't just a temporary, sort of commitment, that you're going to run for reelection for next year and see this through and see through your term?
I'm always happy to talk about myself. Actually, not really. So thank you, Member Hill, for the chance to say. I've worked for more than 30 years in government dealing with boards such as this. I am committed to creating an atmosphere of civility and decorum, and I've been through the board training, CSBA training for president. I have a wealth of experience, and I'm committed to serving this year as vice president if I'm elected. Thank you.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Sorry, just, I didn't catch the last part. So you're committing to, so in terms of your term?
I'm committing to serving out the term as vice president for the year.
No, but I'm talking about, are you going to run for reelection? Because this is going to come into that.
I'm not going to opine on whether I'm going to run for reelection at this point. What the
So
motion is.
your term could and
order.
prematurely.
Sir, I mean, if this, yeah.
Right, so, well, hold on. So I think we're allowed to ask questions, right? And so we made it a political
Two rounds of
process.
questions,
So this is
second round of
this is
questions.
just my clarification, right? So if you're running for next year, the term doesn't end until December, but the election is in November. So are you going to run for a second term and see that through?
My term runs until the end of next year, and I'll be vice president if elected for that time.
Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. 15.3, appointment of superintendent as secretary of governing board. I guess this is a formality. I move to approve the appointment of superintendent as secretary of the governing board. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 15.4, signature cards, mid-year revision. Given we have, I think this is due to we have a new board member, Member Marcus, so I move that we approve the signature cards mid-year revision.
Is that the only change? Okay.
I move that we approve the signature cards mid-year revision for board member as presented for particular Member Marcus.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 15.5, set regular meeting times, hours. So we approve the beginning and end time of the regular meetings open session from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. May I get a second?
I second the
Seconded
motion.
by Member Marcus. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 15.6, set regular meeting dates for 2022-23. Before the motion, I guess there's a comment. Member Hill?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that, because we did the same thing the last year, and then we ended up actually changing dates. And I don't think that that's a good practice. And so I think that, again, it doesn't matter what comes up. So theoretically, right, we've got enough people here to actually run a board meeting. And if one person or two people, need to go do something else, well, they do, but that doesn't interrupt our schedule. So I'd like to get a commitment as we vote for this, that we're going to stick to these dates.
Yeah, so I want to offer my comment on this. So generally speaking, if we coming into the board knowing we have 4 people present, then I think it's a good idea we should hold a meeting. But I wouldn't want to risk coming in the meeting knowing there will be only 3 people. Because this is what happened, because it happened before. If you're coming in knowing there are only 3 people on the board, one person might get sick or have any accident or emergency during the middle of the meeting, then your meeting just done.
Right,
That's why
I'm not talking about things like, again, somebody gets in an accident. But what I'm saying is that we, the board members, are making a commitment that these are the dates, and come hell or high water, pretty much, we're committing to them.
Okay. May I get a second? I move to approve. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindal. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Adoption of board policy manual. I move that we adopt NUSC board policy manual.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 15.8, adoption of the board governance team handbook. Any comments?
Member Zhang? President Zhang, we do
Yeah.
have a public comment for this item?
Okay. I guess it's virtual, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Eric Tam, you may begin.
Hello. Hi, board. I brought it up in the past, and wanted to see if people would be interested. But the idea of more engagement. If I read your board governance document correctly, for board member interaction with the public at board meetings, page 9 reads, to avoid unintentionally agendizing a non-agenda item, board members and staff will limit their response to non-agenda public comments. All responses will conform to the following guidelines. A brief statement to acknowledge the speaker. A question may be asked for basic clarification. Do not debate with the public speaker, etc. But then on page 8, I actually saw that there's actually the 6 R's. The board will utilize the 6 R's to ensure that we have actively listened to the constituent. Receive, listen to what the person has to say, repeat, paraphrase, request, ask the person, review, go over the real options, redirect, put the person back in the system, and then report, keeping the superintendent informed. In the past year, I don't think besides one time when President Zhang addressed Ms. Cindy Park, I think Dr. Triplett quickly called the point to order. The usual pattern has been, thank you for the comment, and then, next speaker. I really hope that, Newark is willing to move towards something similar to what Fremont Unified does. The board addresses directly the speakers on non-agenda items directly. They ask questions, they engage, and if you truthfully want an engaged community and parents to be bought in, I think this would be a great first step. I'm not saying that you need to agree with me, but I would love to just have and hear your thoughts, because every time we speak, it's just a thank you and then move on. So I hope that you are willing to make changes to your governance handbook, and there are the 6 R's that are listed there. I'm hoping that you will make the changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Actually, I do want to make a comment on this. I have been finding a chance to make a comment on this for quite a bit, never got a chance. So speaking of our engagement with the community, I do have constituents that reach out to me before many of the board meetings. So my style of working is, from Monday when we released this agenda, 72 hours before the meeting, those 72 hours is when I was doing my homework, reading the material. This will be the perfect time for anybody to either message me or email me, because I will be asking questions as well. I might bring your questions together. So the 72 hours before the meeting is the perfect time for you to reach out to me, voice your concern, and offer your advices to me. And I do have constituents that sort of know my style. I've been doing this in the past years, that we've been working very well. So the problem with certain board members, I'm not blaming any community, because maybe you don't know how we operate or how I operate. If you don't tell me you're concerned about the board item, and you come in, deliver your 3-minute speech, you might think you are helping me. I think you are ambushing me, because you didn't tell me anything. There was no trust established between you and me. So I would rather people come to me, text message me, email me within that 72-hour time frame when I was doing my homework. That's when you can really change my voting record or change my idea on item. I will not be swayed by a 3-minute speech in the middle of a board meeting after doing my 72-hour homework. Any other comments on this?
Sorry, I do apologize, board members. President Zhang, I just wanted to bring your attention to the time being 9:52.
Okay.
Very brief statement, just to commend you for that statement, President Zhang, and extend the same offer to any member of the community that wants to talk to me that 72 hours ahead of time.
Yeah, I have multiple coffee chat with members of our community, and they sort of already know how I operate. They don't come in without telling me and then suddenly deliver, like I said, they might think advising or reminding me. I feel I was being ambushed. Okay. Any comments on this board governance team handbook?
Well, I would like to note that the discussions of board deliberations is in line with the Brown Act and with CSBA guidelines, and I think it's good practice to follow the Brown Act to the letter.
Okay. Anybody ready to make a motion or make any changes?
I move to approve the governance team handbook.
Motion made by member Nguyen.
I
Seconded
second.
by member Marquez. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Watching the time. So given this is actually our last meeting of the year, and let's have a maximum insurance, so I would recommend extending the meeting till midnight. May I get a second?
I second.
Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Did you say midnight?
Yes.
Then I'm going to vote no.
And have grading.
There's champagne after. Just kidding. Member Hill?
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 ayes.
Actually, I voted no.
Okay, moving on to 15.9. Appointment of a board representative.
Sorry, point of order, just to be notified for the record that it was 4 noes, that was 3 yeses and 1 no.
4 ayes, one no.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Moving on to 15.9, appointment of board representative to the Mission Valley ROP. So this is a committee that I currently sit on, and I plan to step down from this because this committee, I'm also at the same time on the SELPA, and both of them require quite significant commitment. So this Mission Valley ROP, I think right now we have myself as the member and Member Grindal as the alternates. So this meeting will be held on every third Thursday of the month, starting at 3:30 p.m. And this meeting, just like our meeting, agenda sometimes will be out a couple of days in advance. You will need to read the agenda, ask questions beforehand, because generally that we don't have a lot of questions asked during the meeting because before the meeting, it's expected every board member will be asking the questions before the meeting, so we can have a smooth and quick meeting at Mission Valley RP. And the other thing about this committee is, starting next year, you might need to go on site for the Mission Valley RP. So this is a committee that requires quite a bit of commitment from the board member if you want to attend. And we are 15% of the student body at Mission Valley ROP.
President Chang?
Yeah?
So my understanding is the rotation, you've served as chair this?
Yes,
this
I
second
guess
part this year?
yeah, this year is the Newer being the chair. Next year, probably either Fremont or New Haven will not be the chair. But
Given that, I'm interested in moving from the alternate to the main position.
okay. So just remember, you might need to go on site after pandemic's over. And that will be every third Thursday of the month at 3:30 p.m. And going to, I guess, Ms. Dela Cruz old building to have the meeting. So we still need to have an alternate for the committee. So who actually wants to be, who will be available at 3:30 p.m. on site on a Thursday? I guess that's the question.
Is it once a month?
It's once a month, so you will have 11 meetings, maybe 12 meetings, I don't really remember. Sometimes,
Just
yeah.
for point of clarity,
Yeah.
meetings are held on the 3rd Thursday of the month.
Yeah.
And the start time is 3:30. Currently, the meetings are virtual. There hasn't been discussion
Yes.
in regards to in-person yet.
Yeah, and this month, December is a special case, the meeting held at the second Thursday, but most of the time it's the third Thursday. It's a working day, and 3:30 is a working time, unfortunately.
I unfortunately cannot because I'm in person. I'm back to work in person from Monday through Thursday. So
So given I guess the profession of the other board member, I can offer to be the alternate. So I guess we just swap the position, I think that. Okay. I guess the other thing is both of us need to file a separate Form 700 for this committee.
Yes. Well, first of all, I think you need a motion and a vote.
Okay. So
I move that we accept Mr. Grandella as the chair with the alternate of Mr. Zhang.
Just a member, not the chair.
Member, yeah.
okay.
I second.
Motion made by Member Marcus, seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. I guess, Member Grindal, you and myself got to list all our assets in that Form 700 and be a public document, huh? Next is the liaison committee. Currently, if I'm not wrong, the liaison committee has member Grindal and member Nguyen. Is that correct? Any changes that any one of you want to make?
I would like to stay.
What about member Grindal?
I would also like to stay.
Okay. Then I move that we continue on with member Nguyen and member Grindal on the liaison committee.
I'll go ahead and second.
Seconded by member Grindal. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Okay. Next is SALPA. So,
President Zhang, if I may, for this one.
yeah,
This is one of the kind of committees that it is recommended that the board members remain the same for the school year.
okay, I see.
It is the board's prerogative, but that would be the recommendation.
Do we need only one member, right? We don't need an alternate, right?
All these do require an alternate, but there is only one active member.
That's
the other one
myself.
is alternate.
Yeah, so again, SALPA, as you can see, the meeting we at least will have 3 meetings next year. They will start at 9 a.m. and ends at 11 a.m. And last time when I attended the meeting, obviously it was virtual. But I think after the pandemic, there will be an on-site meeting. Is that correct?
At this point, currently, the meetings will continue to be virtual. And this, if we do continue with the same current members, then at the end of the school year, so I would say our first meeting in August, we would bring this item back to select the new members for that school year.
Okay, okay.
So the
I
current
see.
members would finish off the school
Okay, I
the school
guess the
term.
election happens after the end of the school year.
Correct. Either
Okay.
we could do it in last meeting in June or first meeting in August. Correct.
Okay. So the requirement for this committee, does it need an alternative?
Correct.
Okay, and we don't have one, I believe. I think I
Currently
have-
do.
Oh, my bad. So I guess I move that given, if we want to remain the same, do we need to take a vote? I mean, we probably don't really need to take a vote, right? Okay, then we move that we reappoint myself as the main member of SELPA and member Marquez continue to be the alternate for the current school year.
I second.
Seconded by member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Next one is the EBIC.
President Zhang, this
Yeah.
is also another one that is recommended that we keep the same members for the school year.
And remind me who's currently on the EBIC?
Currently, we have member Nguyen as the representative and member Hill as the alternate.
Okay. I move that we reappoint.
I think there,
This was based on the last meeting, and there are no scheduled meetings for this yet, because what the committee wants to do is have a conversation with the committee members in order to assign a time that would be best with the members.
when we had this agenda, when we had this back in a couple of board meetings ago, I believe it was Member Marquez that was the representative for EBIC.
So member Marquez and member Hill?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay. So I move that, yeah?
Can we just relate, so when you say they're trying to figure out a schedule that'll work for the board?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so I move that we reappoint member Marquez as the current board representative at EBIC and member Hill as the alternate.
I second.
Seconded by member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Audit committee. So, per board governance handbook, board president doesn't serve on the audit committee. So if I'm not the current member, I'm Member Hill and Member Nguyen, right? So Member Nguyen will have to step down from the committee, and Member Hill will be the chair. Automatically, I guess, be the chair of the committee.
Yeah, I was the chair
Okay,
before.
then you will continue to be the chair. And anybody wants to fill in for Member Nguyen?
I'll fill in for the
Okay.
rest of the school year.
So I vote that we appoint,
President Zhang, sorry, I apologize.
Sure.
Do we have an alternate for this one?
yeah, that will be,
Oh, no.
I
there's-
No,
I
two
don't think
members?
audit committee needs
Two
an
members and an alternate.
Yeah, I think it's just two. I don't remember audit needs to be 2+1.
No, so it's the two members?
Yeah.
We always have an alternate in case one of the
Okay, I
two
see.
members cannot attend.
Okay. Anybody want to serve as the alternate?
I will.
Okay. So I move that we appoint Member Hill and Member Marquez as the audit committee regular board member and Member Grindel as the alternate. May I get a second?
I second.
Member Marquez, how do you vote? Yes. Member Grindel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Last one is the Bond and Parcel Tax Committee.
This one isn't also another one that was recommended to keep the same members for the school year.
And who are the current members?
Currently, we have Member Grindal and Member Nguyen as the representatives with President Zhang as the alternate.
It's Member Nguyen and Member Grindel. Is that right? Okay. That I move that we reappoint Member Nguyen and Member Grindel as the regular board members of the Bond and Parcel Tax Committee, and myself as the alternate.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries. Oh, Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries unanimously. Consent calendar.
Sorry, one apology, President Zhang.
Yeah?
This is another one that doesn't usually get used, but the alternate for the city liaison was not assigned. Do you want to move forward without an alternate?
Yeah, I guess given I'm no longer a president, I can be the alternate. Should we go back and revote?
We can just do a motion for the alternate, so just.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move to accept President Zhang's for the alternate on the liaison committee.
A second.
Seconded by, motion made by Member Nguyen, seconded by Member Grindal. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to consent calendar. I move that we approve 16.2 personnel report and 16.3 certificated seniority list. May I get a second? So we'll second and then discussion.
Okay.
May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Hill?
So, yeah, I mean, we don't, I mean, I'm not support or asking that we go into the details, but I just wanted to thank Ms. Waters for putting together the seniority list because it's an important planning tool. And we're, you know, you have to do it, right? But you're doing it early, and you're actually doing it earlier than our district. We just got our notification. So I just wanted to thank you for being proactive on that. Thank you.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to consent calendar, non-personnel items. I move that we approve 17.2 Resolution 2021.22.12, declaring surplus instruction material. 17.3 Resolution 2021.22.15, declaring surplus equipment. 17.4 Master Contract between Summitville Child and Family Service, Inc., and NUSD for Residential Treatment Center Services. 17.5 Individual Services Agreement ISA with Summitville Child and Family Services, Inc. 17.6 Maximum Healthcare Services, Inc., Agreement for Nursing Services for Special Education Students. 17.7 San Jose State University Internship Memorandum of Understanding 17.8, warrant report for November 2021. 17.9, donations report. 17.10, minutes of December 6, 2021, regular meeting of the Board of Education. May I get a second? Which, do you want to poll any item?
I'd like you to poll 17.4 and 17.5 and 17.6, but it'll be quick. I just have a question about it.
Okay, so
And then just a quick comment, 17.7.
Okay.
So I think it's great that we're partnering with San Jose State University to bring in student teachers.
So I move that we approve. Yeah, I need to retract my motion. I'm withdrawing my motion. I will remake the motion. I move that we approve 17.2 to 17.10, except 17.4, 17.5, and 17.6. May I get a second?
I second.
Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. 17.4. Superintendent, or any common questions from the board?
Sorry, I just lost here. Yeah, so 17.4, I just had a question. So this one, and I guess it's 17.5, are these the agreements that were already agreed to in a prior closed session? I just want to, I think it is, but I just wanted to confirm that.
We don't generally just,
17.4 is a master contract,
Yeah,
so this one has not been presented. And
17.5 is the real contract under that master contract.
Right, but this was the issue that we discussed not long ago, correct? No. Oh,
no.
okay. So could you just give us a little detail on
Yeah, yeah.
I believe what you're talking about is the settlement agreement. This
Right.
is not a settlement agreement.
Right.
This is an offer of FAPE for a
Okay.
particular child who has needs that require this kind of service. We'll be very careful because we do need to be confidential and be respectful of the student's privacy.
Okay, but wouldn't we discuss that in closed session first?
No, because this is an offer of FAPE, so this is essentially, some offers of FAPE come when IEP teams determine that the services needed by the child are over and above what the district can offer. In this particular case, that's what's happened.
And there's no lawsuit or anything like that?
There's no lawsuit, it's just simply the.
That's why it's
needs.
not in closed session. Thank you.
Okay, and then can we just understand, again, because I'm always concerned about budget versus actual, right? And so in this particular spending category, how is this impacting our budget?
I'll let Marie, Ms. De La Cruz, speak more to that. We do, to a certain extent, we do budget for situations like these within special education department, but I'll let Ms. De La Cruz speak more to that.
This is part of the special ed budget, and unfortunately, we do contribute to the special ed program and support the contracts such as these. But we do have a budget item for it, which includes a contribution.
I guess what I'm driving at, right, is this going to cause us to have a negative variance on this particular, budget department or line item? So like what I'm really trying to look at is like a run rate to say, okay, we anticipated that in this category, here's how much we're going to need to spend. Here's now an item that's coming into that. Are we going to be on track for staying within our budget, or is this going to potentially have a negative budget impact?
Yeah, we anticipate a certain amount of these contracts in our budget, and at this point, it is still in our budget.
Okay, so we're not going to see we don't think we're going to go over budget in this category.
Well,
Not at this time.
Here's my experience on special ed.
Yeah.
Every year, when you look at the final closing of budget, special ed is running multi-million deficit because the federal government doesn't fund this one. We always need to pull general fund several millions into this one because we're required by law to provide these services. So it's sort of really the federal government's chronically underfunding of this category, and this is common in every district.
But I guess the question is, right, is that we put together a forecast, right? And so that's what I'm looking at. And so, so we say, here's how much we think we're going to spend. And then, so then are we on track, or are we going to be over budget?
At this time, we're on track. So by second interim, we'll review it, and if we have to make adjustments, we'll present that to the board at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I moved that. Do you want to, are we comfortable voting on 17.4 and 5 together, given this is really the same item?
No. At this
Okay.
point, we need to vote on each item separately.
So I move that we ratify the master contract with Sunnyvale Child and Family Services. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Marcus. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Item 17.5, I move we ratify the individual service agreement with Sunnyvale Child and Family Services, Inc. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes.
17.6.
17.6, any comments from the board?
It's just the same question. And is this in the same category? Okay, and so in including this, we're still on track? I mean, because, usually you're kind of looking at a run rate, right? And so are we tracking to our run rate, or are we going above our run rate?
Yeah, no, at this point, we are still within the budget.
Okay, thank you.
I move to approve. 17.6.
Motion made by Member Nguyen,
I second.
seconded by Member Marcus. Member Marcus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to Board of Education and Committee. Oh, actually, I forgot one thing. We need to read the donations report before we move on.
That's correct.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President John. It's an honor to just read this and to appreciate all of our donors. So first donor, $60 for Newark Unified School District from an anonymous individual PG&E employment donation. And that's specified purpose Newark Unified School District. Second, $120 for Newark Memorial High School, anonymous individual PG&E employee donation. This is a principal's donation. Number 3, $80 for Newark Memorial High School. This is also an anonymous individual PG&E employee donation for principal's donation purpose. Next, $2,500 for Coyote Hills Elementary. This is an anonymous individual donation specifically for the Coyote Hills mural project. Next, $213.91 for Newark Memorial High School, Donors Choose, and this is for the Newark Memorial High School Spanish. $1,720 for Newark Junior High. This is multiple anonymous donations in memory of Lisa Merrill, History Department. And lastly, $2,000 for Newark Memorial High School American Endowment Foundation. This is to go towards the Associated Student Body. And again, thank you to all of our very generous donors.
Thank you for all our generous donors. Moving on to Board of Education Committee reports, requests, and announcement, recognition and announcement. Member Marcus?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go ahead and give, I know it was acknowledged earlier this evening, but I really wanted to say thank you for not only the school district, but the cooperation from the agencies that are supporting with getting our families and especially our students vaccinated. While we are small, and I noticed that it showed that we were, second to the end, it'd be great if we could be second to the top. And that's just that in attitude and our approach in getting things done. So I'm looking forward to a positive year, and I'm hoping that everyone here has one as well, and happy holidays. But please know that I am eternally grateful for those that are willing to take the time, especially during the holidays, to service our families and our little ones, to making sure that they're vaccinated so that we can get back on track to what they call now the new normal. Thank you.
Member Grindal, I guess this recognition announcement is also you can treat it as a year-end speech.
You read my mind. First of all, I want to echo Member Marquez's point about vaccinations. Very important that we do that. And again, thanking the staff and our partners to making it so available on our sites, so people don't have to go far. Also, I also want to thank Mr. President Zhang for his year as our president. And the meetings got tighter and tighter as we moved along, and then just to throw a wrench at it, we have a midnight ending at the end. So I can't really compliment you on that anymore. But anyway, it's been wonderful to have you as our leader, and I want to thank you for that. And in addition, I want to thank the entire education community, our teachers, our administrators, our classified staff. And all the work they've done to make this first half of the back to school work, and of course thank my fellow board members and working together, and to say happy holidays to everyone. So thank you. Wasn't too bad of a speech, right?
Member Hill?
So that we don't reach 12 o'clock, I just want to wish a happy holiday to everybody. Not only everybody that works for the district, but all the stakeholders, all the parents, all of our partners. So happy holidays. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do.
Member Nguyen?
I too echo the sentiments of my fellow board members in regards to vaccination and how hard everyone is working, but I am going to take a little bit more time and be long-winded here. So I just wanted to start off saying sometimes seeing life through a different lens opens up a new world of possibilities. When I heard Meredith say this at the very end of last week's Grey's Anatomy episode, I immediately thought about all our teachers, classified staff, paraprofessionals, counselors, coaches, principals, administrators, executive staff, and the superintendent, because you all have inspired and touched the lives of so many students throughout your careers here at NUSD and elsewhere. You have given students the ability to see life through different lenses every single day with your teachings, empathy, kindness, generosity, and love, and that has opened up a new world of possibilities for them in life. You all have dedicated your lives to educating students, inspiring them to learn, invoking thought and articulation, building confidence, developing life skills, and pushing them to believe in themselves and their abilities to succeed, not only in the classroom, but also in life. This past year and a half, almost 2 years, have been very difficult and challenging mentally and physically, to say the least, and some of you may even question your career choices. But I hope that you all take the time to reflect on why this work, your work, is so important. To me and to so many others, you are that lens that open a new world of possibilities for our students, especially those that are underserved. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for your resilience and unwavering dedication to our students and their families, and for inspiring future teachers, scientists, doctors, engineers, lawyers, construction workers, plumbers, electricians, chefs, computer geniuses, entrepreneurs, and so on. There are no bright futures for generations of students to come without your love and guidance. You make a tremendous positive impact on our students' lives, so thank you. So, and for our students, continue to work hard, be resilient, and remember to be kind to one another and to uplift your fellow peers. Have a wonderful winter break, happy holidays, and see you all in the new year.
Yeah, I thank my fellow board member Nguyen for her beautiful speech, and I echo her sentiment and also the other board members' sentiment on the vaccination rate. And as I hand over the presidency to Member Nguyen, I want to thank every board member for your support in the past 12 months, and I'm pretty sure Member Nguyen will do a fine job being the president for next year. And on a personal note, I'm just glad next year I can devote more time to my private professional life. Moving on to Board Education Committee report. Mission Valley RO, we did have a meeting a week ago. Obviously, on our side, we approved the addendum from the JPA agreement from the New World side, and from the Mission Valley ROP side, we also voted to approve the addendum from all the other three, for all the three membership districts. So that's pretty much what Mission Valley ROP is. And the other thing is because one of the key training for Mission Valley ROP is to be a car mechanics, and we purchased 3 hybrid cars because we are moving into both electric and also fuel cars. And the 3 hybrid cars, one will be situated at the Logan High, one will be at Washington High, and the third one, unfortunately, will not be at Newark Memorial High. It will be at Mission Valley ROP Center because of our limited student population. So that's Mission Valley ROP. SELPA, there was no meeting this month. Anything from EBIC? I guess nothing from EBIC. Anything from the audit committee?
So I've placed a request in to Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz for an emergency meeting to review our internal controls. I've yet to hear back regarding a date for that.
Did you talk to the manager, what's that called? Control manager or something, or audit manager?
Put that request in, I haven't gotten anything back.
Sorry, just want to make sure I'm clear, because my understanding from the board, the last conversation was that we were going to have the audit meeting in the new year, and that also the board directed us to connect with the auditor and hold a meeting that for Mr. Hill Member Hill to also engage with the auditor. Is that correct?
Yeah, I remember the meeting Member Hill is going to request for that special Zoom session with audit managers to happen before the audit meeting. Is that happen before or after?
So I think we've got some confusion here. So just as I don't provide commentary on other committees and their dates, the board doesn't weigh in on that, right? So it's the responsibility of the individual chair people, right? And so I, as the chair, have requested a meeting, and I'm still waiting for that meeting. And I also requested for copies of all policies and procedures related to how we handle delegation of authority for procurement, and I'm still waiting on that.
Anything for the bond parcel tax committee? I guess nothing. Anything from the liaison committee?
Currently, nothing. We are going to be meeting in January.
Okay. Moving on to Board of Education request. Member Marquez?
None at this time.
Member Grindel?
Not at this time.
Member Hill?
Not at this time.
Member Nguyen?
Just on the HVAC projects, what our preliminary budget again was for all of it and for the whole project, and then what has been approved and what has been paid out on the project. Thank you.
Actually, I would want to second that one. I would hope that we can sort of have a study session on what is the overall picture. Is there any remaining vote we need to take? Because on the HVAC, whether it's replacement, air balancing, and commissioning service. I mean, maybe a staff report will be fine. So can we get a third vote from the board? Okay, so we got 3. So either staff report or study session, because it does feel like sometimes we keep voting on these items, and every 1 or 2 months we have something related to HVAC. Okay, and we can also clarify some of the questions that the member of the public or confusion the member of the public have regarding our HVAC project. So, okay, that's great. So, yeah, my request is sort of a follow-up on the SEL thing. I think the superintendent sort of promised us that we'll have a monthly update on the student emotional learning and the discipline, also suspension. So I would hope that in addition to obviously the data on suspension and expulsion, that we don't need to get into detail, but we also can get a feeling about how many incidents are reported on our side and what are the categories of the incidents. I mean, incident can just be certain disruptive behavior that is done through restorative justice, and other incidents resolved. So not specific incident, but the number of incidents happen per month when you give us the monthly update. Would that be possible?
So just so I'm understanding, so the board is asking for a monthly report of the number of incidents What kind of incidents? I think I would caution us not to get too deep into student information. President Jun, do you want to elaborate?
Well, I mean, can just be a number, right? Because you gave us, in today's report, you gave us the chart have 4 explosions last year, so far 5, or whatever 4 explosions so far this year. I mean, that's just a number. I also want to get a higher picture because in addition to some of these explosion cases, there might be other disciplinary incidents. I mean, a number will be fine for me.
So a number of suspensions
Yeah,
per
suspension.
month?
Yes, suspension, yeah.
Okay.
Only happened during that month, obviously.
A number of suspensions per month at the Newark Memorial High School?
Yes, and possibly in the junior high, if there is any.
So the number of suspensions per month at the Memorial High School and the junior high?
Yes, yes. Yeah,
Is that the directive of the board?
I think we need to be more granular, right? We don't need to talk about individual students, but if we've got safety issues, I think we need to be able to Pareto, in other words, to identify, what's happening. So if we're having sexual assaults, how many sexual assaults are happening? If we're having theft, how many, situations of that? If we're having vandalism, how many? And then that's going to help us figure out where the problems are and then how to direct our efforts. And from my perspective, it's fine to deliver it in confidentiality in closed session, but I think that we need to see that if we're going to be effective in solving the issues.
Yeah, that's sort of close to what I request. Because I talk about category. Obviously, I don't want to get into specifics. I'm not sure what's the opinion of the rest of the board.
Well, I'm concerned that this is crossing out of what should be our area of concerns and into micromanaging the superintendent. So I'm quite concerned that that's a problem. And in fact, if this discussion is not confidential, we can't look at it in closed session. So I think this is really something that's within the work of the superintendent, our one employee, and that we shouldn't be micromanaging that.
I'm in agreement with Member Grindel, and also, I think it's okay to have a report out on safety concerns and how we're handling it and stuff like that, but in terms of being specific and that granular, in terms of like specifying exactly what the incidences are. I mean, the superintendent already notifies us through email when there are major incidences that are happening at each of the school site and makes us aware of the fact that these are the things that are going on, and especially if it's safety related, he does do that, so already. Thank you.
So I guess superintendent, okay, Member Marquez?
Thank you for the recognition. I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose the positive focus of what we're actually trying to accomplish, because with restorative justice and with using such programs as SELs or PBIS, you're trying to embrace and prevent, right? So a lot goes into it. It may not happen in that instant. It can be a team of people that are working with these students, and then it could be setting goals. So the information that we're asking for, I'm afraid that we would be isolating, or we would be focusing so much on something that could be considered negative and then having to shout the information versus focusing on what it is that we're trying to accomplish, and it's bringing back the positive climate to our schools especially with the post-pandemic, as well as what's being brought up in the nation is how we're dealing with the students' issues and their anxieties. So the examples that were brought up this evening, we have childcare. It was brought up by the CSEA. Families are afraid to bring back the adults are making the decision, right, of bringing back our children to the daycares. We have the situation with the littles, the preschoolers, right, the anxiety because what they're accustomed to in their home and having to make those drastic changes. So I fear that we may be steering away if we're wanting this number of an end result versus looking at everything that we do, or what the staff does, but the staff in whole is doing to prevent those situations from happening.
Yeah, so I guess superintendent, if you're going to have a monthly report on the SEL, which sort of there's an agreement, what would that report include? I guess that's my question.
I mean, it might be good for us to go back and like form a standard report that then we could come to you all in January and share out and go from there. I think, it's, as three of the board members have mentioned, I think it is, problematic for us to be sharing out specific incidences. It sets us up for potential liability. It's really deep in the weeds, and it's, I think there's a lot of problems with that kind of sharing of information.
Okay, moving on to superintendent concluding comments.
Thank you. So just want to appreciate everyone reaching the end of 2021. It's been quite a year. Just most recently wanted to appreciate the Ed Services team. Today we had elementary professional development focused on SEL, social emotional learning, as well as science and unpacking the science kits and doing hands-on experiments. It was really fantastic. We had across the district at different sites, teachers from different schools meeting together. And so I wanted to appreciate the Ed Services team for all of the work they put in for that. And then lastly, just wanted to appreciate you, President Jun. You have been president under a very tumultuous year. I think that you and the board have really achieved amazing things this year, despite how challenging it's been. And so I really appreciate all that you brought to this position, your calmness, your steadiness, level-headedness, and I think that the district is a better place thanks to your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your kind words. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grandal, how do you vote?
I vote yes at 10:35, not midnight.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Meeting is adjourned at 10:36. Everybody have happy holidays.
Likewise.